Hello, everyone. Right then. Let's see. Will this work? It does. Hello! Right then. So, let's see. Let's put this about the right direction. That tends to help with the noise. And what else have we got to do? Yes, we've got to talk. Hello! So, you will notice that this isn't quite the normal grain I do for Bruships, and there is a reason for that, because this is the sci-fi Bruships. I'm doing sci-fi fiction again. I've had two things delay me today. I've had XSplit, I've had a plumber visiting the house, and I've had batteries run out on my little tree, and I couldn't find batteries and continue looking for batteries and holding this up, so I do apologise. I have to track some batteries down. It happens. It's sad though. It's a cute little tree. But anyway, why have I changed things round? Well, it's all to do with next week's. This was originally going to be a fiction episode looking at naval history fiction. And I changed it to the sci-fi one for two reasons. One, the normal scenario is that any Bruships will generate around 2 to 3 times the amount of contact, i.e. tweets to me, messages on Patreon, messages on Discord, etc., than any other live. But the sci-fi one generated about twice as many again of that than that. So that's 4 times the regular one. And I thought, right, I'll do this again. And then over Christmas, I had, of course, planned to do some ship design Bruships and to look at designing ships. And I thought, for fun, I'd add in some science fiction ones. But the trouble is, these books only arrived today. And the book on Battlestar Galactica hasn't arrived. And so I thought, well, and actually, if anyone has any recommendations on any other books, or any books on Battlestar Galactica designs, please get them, because I'm bit worried the one that I've actually managed to order is not that adult. I have to admit, this one is encompassing, but is not really aimed for an adult audience. This one is definitely aimed for an adult audience. So they are lovely things which are coming. And I thought, well, this live, I will make it about sci-fi and looking at some of the history ones again. And as a result, because that makes sense, and I'm not looking at my phone to look at my, messages. I am opening up Kindle. I would do it again the way I had done it before. So these are all books I have on my Kindle. So they're all ones on the phone. I do apologize. Some are good, some are less good, well, I have an entire series here I'm kind of interested in, but I haven't decided to put into this one. And actually, that's one of the interesting things, in that putting together Bruships 2 on Sci-Fi, made me decide automatically there is going to be a Bruships 3 on Sci-Fi not that long away. Because it's quite a lot of fun. It's a good way to explore naval warfare, I think, as it currently is, through looking at these things. But I've done something slightly different, in that I have prepared some slides to keep me to time. Broadly speaking, they are to keep me to time. So hopefully they will keep me to roughly 15 minutes a book. He hopes. Hello, Jamie. So, right, go through everyone saying hello. Hello, Carl Gasberg. Hello, Greg Sadowski. How does Drax sound at twice speed? God knows. It's quite scary, him at twice speed. Jamie Peter, don't think I've seen him before. Hello. Oh, just pause the dry dock because half-hour warning pinged. I wonder what the Venn diagram of people who have or are watching today's dry dock and who will come here looks like. I have to admit, I'm only 3.5 hours into today's 5.5-hour drive dock, and I am not planning on getting to 5.5 hours on this live. I love you all dearly. You are all amazing and close to my heart, but that ain't happening. Jamie Pete, that's John Shea, hello. Jess P. Happy New Year to everyone. I forgot to say at the top of the show. Happy New Year. Albazaski, good evening. Brock Payne, hello. Happy New Year. Jane F, Happy New Year. Plebiscite, Happy New Year. DGB40, hello. Happy New Year. Sam Thompson, hello. I hope you had a nice relaxing Saturday and both Drac and yourself enjoyed the train video I sent you on Discord. Was able to get a bunch of World of Warships clips up last night as well. Cool. DM Carpenter, good evening. I paused the incomparable class dry dock to jump onto the live feed. Hello Derpscott, hello Purpinator. Sorry to run late, as said. Dealing with a plumber and no batteries for my Christmas tree. Peter Dawson, hello. Nautical Wolf, hello. Dep Squad, Grace Housey, Rapid Razorback, hello. And Aviator Enterprise, hello. John Luke, hello. Ooh. I love the tree and the plumber on Sunday. That can't be good. No, we are the only house I know who greeted the new year in a very special style. 2 hours before New Year's Eve, pipes burst in the bathroom next door to me, so water was cascading down into the lounge. That was a fun time. Hello, right. Hello, Blue Shirt Buddha. Hello, Martin Symes. Hello, Silly Manico. Hello, Bud Guy 8829. Hello, The Plebiscite. And Nick Walters. Right, I think I've caught up with hello, everyone. I think I have. If I've missed anyone, just say hello to me and I'll say hello again. So, before we do get into the sort of discussion of the books of today, I am going to quickly mention these books. And I will say also hello to Anne, Eric, and Louise. Star Trek Shipyards. If you are interested in Star Trek books, I have to say, I bought these books because I was hunting for books on science fiction ship design. That's what I was hunting for. These ones actually I didn't buy. The other two that I've got coming, hopefully they haven't arrived, I have bought. But these two came from a very special colleague who is, I'm not allowed to name because I'm not sure if his wife knows he sent me these books. But they are, thank you to DMF. You're very, very kind. And yeah, they are cool books. And as I said, I'm going to be looking at them in more detail next week, but I'm going to be doing a sort of special Bruships, which is going to look at ship design. And it's going to use some of those lovely Institutions of Naval Architect books. It's going to use some of the lovely, all those lovely beige books, you know, with Cossack and Birmingham in, some of the Freeman books, and it's going to look at how ship design evolves. And it's going to be all sorts of down around that. And looking at the science fiction ones, this is a good example of what we might see with ship design. So it should be interesting. And before anyone gets too worried about our plumbing, just remember this is a 40-year-old house. 40, more than 40 years old. The fact that survived this wrong is, you know, yeah. Coming out, so pipe breaking, 2020 went out and start. Yes. We greatly enjoyed the chats, but 5 to 6 hours to be a paid seminar for sure. The question is, would I be paying you or you be paying me? Jeff Beeler, to quote Goose, I just got here myself. Oh. Right. Anonymous, 2020 saw a vast increase in the amount of online language learning material. If anyone else here does foreign languages, wow. Yeah, it has got massive. It has got massive. Some stuff I've been... Well, that iron brew went everywhere. It happens. Luckily, it didn't go over any books. I'll just move my phone out the way. And find something to clean it up with. Just point out, it has a lid on it before the person watching thinks I'm using the hat they gave me for this. You have a book mistress. No, I don't have a book mistress. It's a colleague, and it's a male colleague. He's a very nice guy, and he may or may not have told his wife about certain books, and she might have got them for Christmas, and he might have already bought them for himself, so he might have ended up sending them to me so that his wife never found out that that had happened. Which is why we're being very careful about names. And that's going in the wash later. Oh. Oh, don't worry. Let's put it this way: the plumbing and the electrics, I do a lot of work on when I can, and carpentry is sort of my area, which I've been taught and I can deal with. But yeah, what we had going with the pipes was serious plumbing work. I mean, serious emergency plumber work. Chris Southgate, Sagami Island's Tactical Simulator Fleet books for Honor Harrington series. Oh, cool. Well, if you send me a link and I can get them by next week, then I will use some of the patron money and some of the Christmas money I have to buy some and have them involved, because I think it's a cool thing to look into, because what always interests me is how the difference in sci-fi versus real ships in terms of how much space is devoted to engines. Mm-hmm. Jeffy, have we done a Bruships and Naval movies? If not, maybe we should. Well, I'm looking to see if I can do it. It might be easier once I've got the PC set up or rebuilt, depending on finances and life. But Chris, wouldn't the Jane's books be that? I don't mean the Haynes books. They can be quite good. Anos, he sent the books he bought for himself. Yes, he did. He was very careful. He sent the books he bought for himself. He was very, very careful. Forgot them out the house very quickly. Oh. I didn't work on those pipes. No. Those aren't pipes I've worked on. I do the mostly when I'm sort of the plumbing I deal with is if it's taps and various things like that. I will do. Once it's pipe working in the wall, I keep well away from it and call the professional. There is a limit to my skill level, and I know it. And that's the one thing life has always taught me to be honest about. Be honest about what the limit of your skill level is. Because we all have it. Now, I'm now looking up the J. Allan book, and there's a very specific chapter I want to get to for this, because this book has one of the best battle chapters I have read in it. If it can get up to it. Did just get doused in iron brew, so we're going to hope it's working fine. Thankfully, it does seem to be. This is chapter 38, and this is the first book in a series, and I have to admit there are 17 books in the series, which is why I haven't listed them all, and they are all worth a read. But this is from the CFS Dauntless. That's the ship we're on in this one, and we're in a place called the Krillus Asteroid Belt. 40 million kilometers, well, 40.5 million kilometers from Santis on Krillus 4. Year 58. That's 307 years after the Cataclysm. Commander, we're picking up energy readings from the enemy vessel. There was a surprise in Winters' voice, and confusion. Kat didn't answer. She looked down at her screen, staring at the numbers. The scanners were imperfect, inexact, but the power spike was massive. This was no set of batteries kicking in, no emergency power source. It was the enemy's main reactor. It couldn't be anything else. And that means she felt a coldness inside her. A realization. All engines, reverse thrust. But even as she gave the command, she knew it was too late. Commander, now full power, reverse thrust. Yes, Commander. Her eyes were on her own screen, reading the incoming scanning data. The numbers didn't lie. The enemy had managed to restart their reactors. Was it a desperate repair job, an attempt to ward off imminent destruction, or was I lured in? Was their reaction failure feigned? She tried to imagine the raw courage and grit it would take to willingly shut down a ship's reactors, to sit and endure a pounding without answer, all to lure your enemy forward. It seemed too fantastic to believe, but then she thought about the enemy commander, about the concern she had felt all through this encounter. If this was deliberate, he'd have to have a plan to make it work, to make the risk worthwhile, and that could only mean one thing: those primaries. Is it possible that a captain would take that kind of chance to gain surprise? Evasive maneuvers, now! Kat shouted out the orders, even as she realized it was too late. Invictus was less than 60,000 kilometers from the Confed ship, and even decelerating at maximum thrust, the existing momentum would take her ship to within 50,000 kilometers before it halted. Yes, Commander. Initiating evasive maneuvers. She could tell from the confusion in Winters' voice her first officer hadn't yet come to the conclusion she had. She hoped he was right, that her fears were ungrounded, but she didn't believe that, not for a second. She stared at the symbol on her display representing the enemy ship, and she wondered who was in command, what kind of man or woman she had faced in this deathmatch over the past 10 days. Who are you? Maximum power to the primaries. I want those guns charged now. Baron was leaning forward in his chair. He hadn't heard anything from engineering. Then the bridge lights came on and the main display rebooted. One glance down at the power monitors told him Fritzy had got it and it done. Dauntless reactors were back online. Yes, Captain. Darrow's voice was haggard, the pressure and the strain clearly beginning to take its toll. But there was the excitement too, crackling in his words as it was all across Dauntless's bridge. They weren't out of the fight yet. They still had a chance. Captain! Travis's voice came through on its headset. She sounded exhausted and there was something wrong, he could tell, but her words were music to his ears. Both reactors restarted and operating. Power flow to primaries, operating full. Well done, Atara. My congratulations to everyone down there. He paused, then asked, Fritzy? She's wounded, sir, but I think she'll make it. There are a lot of casualties down here. It sounded like she was going to add something, but she remained silent. Baron swung his head towards Darrow. Time until full charge? 45 seconds, sir. Captain, there's no way I can get to a firing station. Not in less than a minute. Travis's words were in his ears. Call gunnery, Atara. You wouldn't know There's no one there, sir. The gun crews have suffered heavy losses, and all reserves are in the outer turrets. There's nobody in main fire control now. Baron felt his stomach clench. His wild gamble, the heroism of his people in pulling it off, and now there was no one available to fire the guns. The ship's AI. The captain, the enemy is decelerating, and they are beginning evasion movers. How could they have reacted so quickly? What kind of mind reader am I up against here? Baron opened his mouth toward the ship's AI to fire the primaries. The computer did most of the work on any shot, but a touch of an experienced gunner often made the difference between a near miss and a devastating hit, especially when the target was trying to evade. Baron wasn't sure if he believed completely in intuition, but the stats backed him up. Gunner-assisted shots had a much higher hit probability than unaided computer targeting. It defied explanation, but it was a documented fact. But I don't have anybody to fire. Captain, you have to do it. Travis's words floated in the air around him, seeming unreal at first, but then he realized she was serious. I'm not a gunner, you are, Atara. You learned gunnery at the academy, just as I did, and there's no one I'd rather have the controls than you. Baron was about to argue again, but Dara's voice interrupted. 15 seconds to full charge, sir. As if to emphasize the point, Dauntless shook again, and another hit slamming into her. Baron took a deep breath. There was no choice. He jumped up from his seat, rushed forward towards Travis's station, waving Dara away as he did. He landed hard in the chair, his hands on the controls, bringing up the targeting screen. The AI was already calculating firing solutions, displaying them on the scanner. He was tense, his muscles twisted into rigid knots. He knew he needed to relax, to watch the target's attempts to evade, to let his mind run free, to sync with the enemy. What will you do? Which way will you go? The enemy's positioning jets could only minimally affect its vector, but even a move of a ship length was enough to evade a shot. Primaries charge, sir. Baron stared right at the screen. Shutting out the world, he pushed aside his thoughts, memories of his grandfather, concerns about his crew, his own fears, banishing them all. There was nothing save the enemy ship, and Dauntless's deadly primaries. He reached out, stretched his fingers, and closed them on the firing control. He moved the lever. Too much at first and then back, more gently. His gaze was focused, his hand tight, ready. He moved his wrist again, just a small tap, and he pressed his finger, firing. His eyes darted up to display, watching for a scanning report, and then it came. He missed clean. He felt despair rising up from inside. He'd let them down, all them down. His people would die, and the Confederation would face a two-front war, all because his aim had been off. Captain, it was Travis. The primaries are still in line. We're recharging him now for another shot. Baron felt his spirits rise again, and then tension in his gut get worsen. He stared at the targeting display, waiting. 30 seconds to full charge. Dauntless gyrated again. Yet another hit. The enemy was targeting the Savage launch bay. It was an unexpected benefit of Baron's ruse. He'd wanted the enemy to believe his ship was crippled, but it hadn't occurred to them they would target the area they believed was vulnerable. They weren't wrong. The bay was destroyed and the inner compartments exposed, unprotected, but there was nothing there. Nothing important, at least. Just Head 8, the entrance to the quarters of the fighter wing, and his pilots weren't there. They were floating around the system in their exhausted craft, waiting to be picked up, or they were dead. Either way, their quarters were about the least vital spot on Dauntless right now. He was impressed with the enemy captain's insight and attention to detail, but this time it had served his purposes instead. Bought him time for a second shot. He stared intently at the scope, tapping one way, then the other. He could see the countdown. 5, 4. He gripped the firing control and sucked in a deep breath. 2, 1. He tapped the control again. Then once more. Just a tiny adjustment. The bridge was silent and he knew his officers were staring at him, watching to see if he would hit the enemy and do enough damage to give them a chance in the fight, or if their hopes would vanish with another missed shot. Baron closed everything out of his mind. There was nothing but the enemy ship and his guns. He felt his finger moving, slowly, deliberately, almost there. Then at the last instant, he moved the controls over, adjusting the shot one last time and firing. He felt the vibration under his feet as the big guns fired, and his eyes caught the flashing red light, the overload warning. He'd gotten 2 shots from his tortured main guns, but there wouldn't be a third. Not this side of space dock. He leaned back, his body aching, exhausted and drained. Then he heard the cheers. He turned and looked back at the main display. The enemy ship's icon was flashing. He'd scored a direct hit with both primaries. It was too easy early for significant damage assessments, but he could see the enemy power levels dropping. Hard. Their fire stopped too. Much of it, at least. There were 3 batteries left firing. All the rest was silent now. He felt a rush of excitement, but he bit down on it. The battle wasn't over. Not yet. I want full thrust forward toward the enemy, Lieutenant. Immediately. All functional secondaries, open fire. It was time to end this. It's a good book. Hello, Danfield. Hi, Bishop. I'm going to miss another good talk. I have to go to work. Good luck. Downstream, restyle folks. I have Haynes manuals for Millennium Falcon, Starship Enterprise, and Death Star if you want to borrow. No, I think these will just about cover those. But I was looking for Battlestar Galactica, as I think their ships are slightly more realistic in terms of warship turns than the others. Rapparazzo, I want this series on Nook. Sam Thomson, there have been 6 ships in Federation with the title Enterprise. Please be more specific. That's the other problem. Let's like, chat. What is the best place to send Dr. Clark a link? The Discord, I presume, but which channel? Usually just try and DM me straight on Discord. You can usually find me somewhere in there. All right. That's slightly worrying, Dan. Have you picked the house out thanks to the Christmas lights? There again, I'm still surprised people can drive past. Sits at search results. Noble Night Games states with potted history. The game is overly complicated. At least the gun didn't explode. Jamie Peter, awesome performance, thank you. Well, it's just sort of reading it as I think it would be, but it's a. I like this series. They are a good set of books. They're interesting. They have a lot in them, and they have a lot of content in terms of ICD ships are realistically being designed like pre-dreadnoughts, in that they've got primary weapons, the big guns, and they've got secondaries. They've got fighters, so like the pre-dreadnoughts used to have torpedo boats that deploy off them. Their fighters can be used as bombers and fighters. They have marines. It's really, really similar. And they have bits which keep going randomly wrong in terms of their engines. So, yeah, that really is like pre-dreadnoughts. For some reason, Jamie, it's not allowing me to show that particular PDF link. JP, has anyone else read Passage of Arms by Jen Cluck? Submarine-based space action. No, I haven't yet read that, but I'll have to hunt it down. Send me a link to that. I'll put it in Bruships. I'll put it in the sci-fi free one when that eventually comes up. Thigrum, just stumbled on this channel with autoplay whilst making cheese sandwich, but can someone explain what it's about, please? Hello, Steve. Well, usually it's a naval history channel, and Bruships is a book review in that I go through some books and I talk about them. But occasionally I do sci-fi books. This is about the second time. And the reason I do sci-fi books is because of the way that they relate back to modern naval warfare. In and this is going to sound strange, quite a lot of parallels when we're talking about the future of naval warfare. We use sci-fi as a good way of bringing in the new weapon systems and working it through. And because I'm planning on doing a ship design episode next week, which is going to include books on both ships in World War One, World War Two, and up to modern day design, and some sci-fi books, I've got this running this week. So, next book. See, this keeps me to time. Imperial Twilight by Eric Thomson. And this is a 3-parter. And I didn't read it last time, but I have read through the 3 parts. There is more parts coming soon, I'm told. And it's actually really quite cool. It doesn't really have much in the way of space combat in its parts 2 and 3. I would have to say it's far more of a... It has space combat and a lot of combat in part 1. But part 2 and 3, I think, are setting the groundwork for what are going to be quite explosive parts 4, 5, and 6. And the whole idea is that they are building a world that they can use as a knowledge vault, because a human empire is basically falling into civil war. And it's rather an interesting idea in that the idea is, looking through history, when empires fall, there tends to be a lot of technology, a lot of understanding lost. And if you look at the Roman Empire, if you look at the fall of some of the Chinese empires and some of the various empires that have been around the world, there has been a drop in information, a fall of information. It's one of the really sort of interesting things, though, is that if you look at in the modern period, that hasn't happened. Why hasn't it happened when empires have fallen, that technology has gone down? Well, principally, that's because the knowledge of those empires has been diffused. There has been a vast number of other repositories of the information. The problem is, though, if you're talking about an intergalactic empire with a system of planets which are interconnected, are trading materials and resources, where is the information vaults going to be? Are they all going to crumble if they're built into this intergalactic system? So the idea is they're trying to save the information as the empire crumbles into civil war. And hello, Steve. I don't know if I said hello. I always say hello to new viewers. So I am Alex Clark. I am Dr. Alex Clark because I have a PhD in war studies, but I only use my title in so much as it winds certain other people up in the world when I use my title. More a case of this is just sort of what I do with passion. Right. The concept sounds a little like Asimov's Foundation. It does sound a little similar to it. Now, let's see. This is chapter 2 from this book. I'm not sure I share your pessimism, Admiral. Grand Duke Debbie Custis, a powerfully built man in his 60s, turned away from the three-dimensional projection depicting the Colsat sector and speared Pendrick Zahar with a hard glare. Or did your battle group commanders experience a moment of panic? The Imperial Court's languid drawl coloured Curtis's words, but Zahar didn't mistake it for the affection of a wyvern buffoon. Your Grace? He tilted his head to one side and returned the Duke's stare without fear of embarrassment. In contrast to Curtis's broad, almost sensual features, the 16th Fleet commander's face was that of an Asiatic, narrow with a long patrician nose, sunken cheeks, and hooded eyes. His experience, even at rest, betrayed the predatory nature of a man who lived to exercise power. Curtis gestured at a hologram. Withdrawing your forces to Mikrat seems a bit rash. Leaves Aratis and its wormhole junction in the hands of whoever gets there first, not to mention Palaka, Palvi, and Mentari, and their wormhole junctions. With the losses we suffered putting down several uprisings after Viceroy Jobak's death, such as that led by the idiot Santana on Ariel, I no longer enjoy the luxury of spreading my forces along the frontier, Your Grace. Aratis is of limited use at the best of times and not intrinsically worth defending. The systems beyond have been or shortly will be overrun by invaders, making the Mikrat wormhole junction their main entry point into this part of the sector. As he spoke, Zahar pointed out various stars outlined in purple and red, showing they were no longer under 16th Fleet control. I took every precaution to make sure no inbound ship passes the wormhole traffic control arrays without permission. I wonder whether killing Jobak while he still enjoyed the loyalty of so many star systems was a mistake. If I'd waited longer than I did, Your Grace, my losses would have been worse. I regret not slitting his throat the moment he declared himself for Dendra. It would have avoided us temporarily losing control of Ariel. Retaking that system proved costly in large part because one of the 168th battle group's commodores pledged herself and more than 24 warships to Santana's service. Both are now dead, of course, executed, yet the damage is done, leaving us with losses we can ill afford. You couldn't have known my plans about my plans, Curtis replied in a conciliatory tone. What about path? He pointed at a star outlined in the green near the centre's outer edge. Barbarians coming via Aratis can reach it without passing through your Mikrat choke point, by the simple expedient of transiting through the Yin and Takeshi systems. Not that I'm overly fond of Path, considering Dendra wanted me to end my days in one of its unhealthy death camps, but the system still belongs to this sector. I'm reinforcing Radar Ostra, who you might recall commands the 164th Battle Group, so he can fortify Path to the same extent as Mikrat and make it another choke point between us and the frontier. A few patrol ships will keep watch in the Yin system, enough to scare off the odd Reaver wolf pack. If they find themselves at a serious disadvantage, their orders are to withdraw. Neither Yin nor Takeshi is worth fighting over. And the colonists? Curtis ran a hand through his luxuriant silver hair, bound into a queue at the nape of his neck by a silk ribbon. With the Empire collapsing and no immediate source of replacements, my ships are more valuable. If the colonists fear Reavers, they're free to move. Curtis let out a soft snort. You're all hard, Admiral. Hard times demand hard decisions, Your Grace. Indeed they do, Radar Ostra. Eh? The Grand Duke tapped his chin with an elegantly manicured fingertip. Isn't he the idiot who, what his name was again, that take Tanef and vanish? Jonas Monroe, of the cruiser Vanquish, sir. One of Zahar's aide, a helpfully old. Though it wasn't the name he used at the time. A Moncarus-class transport by the name Narwhal carried Tanef away. Both ships were part of the 197th Battle Group, 19th Fleet, Shield Sector. Right. Thank you, Captain. Curtis turned his gaze back on Zahar. And you think this Ostro is the man to defend Path against barbarian incursions? Surely you can name another to take his place, someone who won't let the ragtag survivors of a loyalist battle group bamboozle him. In fairness, sir, Moraine took his ships through what Ostro discovered was a rogue wormhole. But fortunately his command made its back to Path unharmed. I would have relieved him if he continued the pursuit through an unstable part of the network, beyond the Empire's frontiers. As I may have mentioned, our ships are well nigh irreplaceable these days. Could I ask why you're concerned about a prison transport carrying nobles Dehendra can execute out of hand? Yes, but in private. Curtis nodded at the officers standing behind Zahar. The Admiral glanced over his shoulder. Please wait outside. Once he and Zahar were alone, Curtis said, I found out shortly before going into status that Hendra's unloved sister, Corinne, was travelling with me in one of the prisoner pods under a secret identity. Had the prison ship's crew not sabotaged its antimatter fuel system, I would have brought Tanith with me to Yutai, and we would be decanting each stasis pod right now until we found Corinne. Why the interest in a Regaro whelp, Your Grace? I thought you wished to make yourself regent of the Colsack and use it as a springboard to unite the Empire under your rule. A cold smile played on Curtis' lips. Just because Dendra's madness is breaking the Empire apart doesn't make her dynasty illegitimate in the eyes of many, perhaps even most of her common citizens. I intend to rule, yes, but with a legitimate monarch as a constitutional figurehead, and that means someone whose name is on the succession list, such as Corinne. The smile vanished as quickly as it appeared, which means we need to find her. That may well be impossible, sir. When Curtis opened his mouth, Zahar raised a conciliatory hand. Nevertheless, I will order my intelligence people to look for the prison ship, or the ships that took it out of the PAL system, without mentioning Corinne's name. I have a fairly extensive web of operatives covering the Colsack and beyond, but the wormhole network is vast. Zahar paused as if digging up a distant memory. There might be another option if we cannot find Corinne. Curtis's dark eyebrows crept up a few millimeters. Oh? I'm sure your Grace is familiar with the name Marta Norum, the Marquess of Cascadia's daughter. Though she's not a Regaro like Corinne, Norum might be equally suitable for your purposes. I understand she's a direct descendant of Cal IV, Strictus Regaro's predecessor, and thus not tainted by Regaro blood. Granted, during Cal's day the crown didn't pass down familial lines, but his name might suit those of who prefer to shake off the Regaro dynasty. Norum was married to Hakim Legris, the late Governor-General of Mechanus, another loyalist. Legris kept his support for Dendra hidden until he made a mistake of confiding in his senior aide, an Imperial Guards colonel by the name George Danton. I'm indeed familiar with Martha Norham. In fact, I met her long ago, well before dangerous psychopathic tendencies surfaced. And this Danton, one of yours? Zahar dipped his head once. Pledged to me, yes, and no sycophant of the Imperial Court. I met Danton before the first star system rebelled and discovered his disaffection with the old order. Dendra's hand-picked generals declared George unfit for promotion beyond colonel and sent him to serve as an aide to a provisional governor-general with little by way of family pedigree other than through his spouse. Since the Imperial Guards declined to make him a general officer, he did me a favour and gave himself a political promotion. His conditioning failed, astonished tinged Curtis's voice, so it seems, or perhaps it never took. Not all minds can be bent to serve the Empress with unquestioning fanaticism. It's an interesting story, and it's an interesting thing. And as I said, I have a suspicion that the world building of parts 2 and part 3 are going to lead to a full-on battle in parts 4 and 5. Peter Dawson, you've reminded me of the Library of Alexandria. That is one of the greatest losses to mankind, humankind. Please, we've got a new listeners. Don't start incorporating them straight into the cult of the Blackburn. It's disturbing how that gets everywhere now. Seriously, I was talking to some colleagues, some university-level lecturing colleagues, and they started talking about the Blackburn to me. Am I the only one who wishes floaty warships were as versatile as spaceships? It would be fun. This man I'm talking about was promoted beyond his level of competence. Oh yes, that is the thing. You see a lot of that, and that's the reason really the Empire is crumbling. And it's kind of interesting reading it and looking around the world today and going, okay, yeah, I see problems going on here. The plebiscite. Dr. Clark, I just realised I know Drac is a wargamer, but I don't know if you have ever dabbled. Dabbled, yes. Dan Harrington, June meets fall of the Roman Empire by way of Honor Harrington. It could be to an extent. You could sort of go there. Jim Heaton, hello. Austin Harmon, hello. Sean Brennan, hello. Yes. Oh. Yeah, and I know you're all gonna be happy. All the Blackburn lovers are gonna be happy with part 1 of the Aircraft Carriers Long Patrol when it comes out on Tuesday. Austin Hammond. So, in a theoretical future where the US has space battleships, what would a space light cruiser worthy of the name Arethusa be capable of? Well, as long as it had a fairly good chance at against other light cruisers and destroyers and anything small in it, probably carried a few fighters and a lot of sensor equipment, was quite fast but also quite small and surprisingly heavily armed. Yeah, that would be an Arethusa class. Hello, Shormac. You just said, "Oh my god," that's sort of. I'm not sure. Don't encourage them. It happens. So, Call to Arms by Joshua Desel. Now, I did Warship, and I put that in the first of these, and that was quite well received. But people are still not quite sure about this particular series. And how do I put this? This is one of those series which is actually really worthwhile getting into and is growing. And it's sort of developing kind of like the Ark Royal series, which we'll be getting into. There's a book from that in this talk. In that it's growing up in sets of trilogies. And I've got one from this trilogy, and I've got one from the next trilogy, and there's another trilogy coming after that. And they are worthwhile reading. They are worthwhile following. And as I can expand this, because on some of them she had time and had managed to put this together, you can see the outline of the books. There is one thing I would like to say. I am frankly mildly disturbed by the number of science fiction books where the humans are grouped together in an organization called the Confederation. Don't take this the wrong way, but understanding human politics and psychology of naming as much as I do through history, the one thing I can be fairly sure to doubt is that the words Confederation would appear. I wouldn't be surprised in a human empire or a human spacefaring race if you had the words Union or United. I also wouldn't be surprised if you had the phrase Commonwealth. In fact, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was called the United Human Commonwealth or the United Commonwealth of Humanity or the United Earth Commonwealth or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised because it will group together things which are considered large names of large groups, but which make everyone sort of go happy, or at least not directly pissed off. Jim Heaton, I know you're now winding up certain members of the chat with that line, but that's just cruel. They're going to go searching for that Burgles book now. Listen to this. This sounds really like current affairs as well. Cape Canaveral, Florida, year 2054 AD. The press pit was packed with jostling, shouting, and generally inconsiderate correspondence from every major news outlet on the planet. On such a momentous occasion, Stephen would have thought the Seal Corporation would have sprung for a bigger, more luxurious area for the world's press. Even with their wealth and considerable influence over most governments, they could use some good publicity, given the astronomical losses they'd taken in the recovery effort. So do you think it's actually going to happen this time? A voice asked from beside him. Stephen recognised her as the attractive afternoon anchor for one of the myriad subscription channels. But he couldn't place which one. It's hard to say, he shrugged. One more abort, and I think people are going to start losing interest. She gave him an annoyed glare and pressed her earpiece further into ear. Guess she hadn't been talking to him. Stephen shrugged again and continued to make his way up as close to the raised platform as he could. As a freelance journalist, kind of like Jamie, providing content to as many websites as he could, he was on a rapidly sinking ship given the public's demand for a more interactive experience with their news. When he was at his most cynical and least sober, he also had to admit that the professional journalist was itself a dying breed, supplanted by beautiful augmented presenters that simply introduced clips from the public relations firms or people's cell phones. Stephen kept pushing and siding between people until 3 rows back from the edge of the barrier, he could go no further. He patted the pockets of his cargo pants to make sure his camera was in the right thigh pocket and his backup in the left. From the angle he was at in the relation to the stage, he could see behind the curtain and to a group of people in expensive suits, all toasting with champagne. To his right, two immense launch vehicles stood on their respective pads, hissing from the fuel boil off. He'd seen the dog and pony show twice before. Only when the rockets were blasting off from Cape Canaveral would he believe that the mission had actually started. His musings were interrupted by a hush that fell over the press pool. A short Japanese man in a stylish blue suit walked confidently to the podium. Dayashi Katsu, chief operating officer of the largest aerospace firm on the planet, a multinational conglomeration of the flagging military-industrial complex in the United States and the resurging industrial power of Japan. If it flew, shot, blew up, or launched into space, it was almost certain that the CEO Corporation had something to do with it. My friends, Dayashi began in his flawless English, with just a touch of an accent that gave proof of his Ivy League education and practically none of his birthplace. Today is certainly a great day. He smiled widely, seeming to savour a moment he'd probably envisaged in his head 1,000 times. This is a day we've been building up to for 15 years. When we discovered a derelict ship from the stars crashed on the surface of Europa 15 years ago, rather than burden the governments of the world to mount an exploratory mission, Tsuyu answered the call and not only surveyed the site, but built the machines necessary to recover the priceless artifact. The exclusive rights to the technology didn't have anything to do with it, I'm sure, another reporter snorted. Stephen had to admit that he had a point. When the alien ship had been discovered, Tsuyu had applied its considerable leverage to get the world's major powers to agree to allow them to execute the recovery effort. It had taken years to develop the technology needed to launch a robotic armada that was able to dislodge the derelict from the ice of Europa, bring it back, and put it in an orbit around Earth's moon. From there, it was relatively easy for Tsuyu scientists to begin reverse engineering some of the technology they found on board. Curiously, there was no signs of crew, nor did the ship's interior give any specific information as to what the crew may have been like, other than they were seen to be slightly smaller than the average human. The vessel still maintained so many of her secrets, Dayashi continued. Who sent it? Why did it come here? How long was it on that icy moon? While we're still striving to discover the answers to these questions, no one can deny the incredible progress we've made in adapting some of the technology for use by humans. Most significantly, the means with which to prove the feasibility of fast and light travel and actually construct a working prototype. It is to that end we've gathered here today. On the launch pads to my left are the first 12 members of the eventual 48-person crew that will board the Carl Sagan, currently in orbit above us and taking man's first excursion beyond the boundaries of our own solar system. These brave men and women will take our first starship out to Proxima Centauri and back in a mission of exploration that will take them over 4 light years, but will only take 15 months, thanks to the CEO Fast and Light Drive, or T-Drive. The corporation had been on a full media blitz to embed the term into the lexicon, but it was fighting a losing battle with the nearly universally used warp drive. But event enough from me, Dayashi assumed, a look of humility that he must have practiced in the mirror often. Let's hear from the real heroes of missions. Before they depart, Colonel, can you hear me? The enormous screen behind Dayashi went from the showing a close-up of the 2 rockets to a close-up shot of an incredibly handsome man that looked to be in his late 30s. Here comes Captain America, the cynic beside Stephen laughed. We read you loud and clear, Mr. Katsu, the man said. Hello, America, and hello, world. This is Colonel Robert Blake, U.S. Air Force, talking to you from the crew capsule of the Titan 7 launch vehicle. We're sitting on the pad waiting for a ride up to the Carl Sagan. The crew and I want to tell you how honored we are to be chosen for such an important mission and the next leap in advancement of our species. Over the next 2 years, we will be thinking of you all as we step into the next frontier of human exploration. This is Colonel Blake and the crew of the Carl Sagan signing off for now. God willing, we'll talk to you again soon. Stephen almost rolled his eyes at the contrived speech the Colonel had just given as the screen switched back to the view of the launch pad. It seemed a bit premature since it would take 12 rockets, 6 more flights before the Carl Sagan was fully crewed and provisioned. And in another 3 weeks of planned tests and checks, and the Earth's first starship, primitive as it was, wouldn't be leaving for another 2 months. Start the countdown, Dayashi said once he'd walked back into the stage. Even as well choreographed as the event was, it still took another 10 seconds before the clock on the stage began counting down, syncing with the massive mission clock in the control room on the other side of the complex. Dayashi stood placidly as the first rumbling of the powerful engines igniting reached the crowd. The flash of the vehicles lifting off and roaring into the sky was clearly visible before the deafening sound washed over them. Stephen didn't bother filming the 2 specks as they raced up into the sky. He would just link to the official high-quality video for his story. I wonder what they'll find out there, the cynic said. If we're lucky, nothing, Stephen turned, and pushed his way back through the mob, hoping to get to his vehicle and leave before the others crowding the parking area. Let's see. It's of the Black Fleet series. Oh, you're talking about the Chris Southgate Lost Fleet series. That's cool. I might have to look that. I'll have to look that up. So Thomson, partly why I say Systems Commonwealth so much. Jim Heaton. It's still known fact that W. John's short story Biggles Out. Yes, that's talked about that one. And I still think that was slightly cruel to some of the people. I understand it. It was funny. But, you know, there are people here who will be looking up the Biggles book now for the Blackburn in it. Nick Waters. Wondering how often series get approved by a publisher, but they judge it badly and sales are so poor that they never get a third or even a second book. There are a few good ones I've read that I think just haven't been given proper advertising myself. I think sometimes they go for advertising the easy way, and actually what I point out is most sci-fi readers, they're especially ones that like the big, I don't know, what do you call them, operas, sagas, the massive ones, like complexity. And I think sometimes your advertising needs to emphasize that rather than going for the simplest part of it. Good evening, Ben and Nora. Shomak, gee, I don't know why that journalism thing sounds familiar. It does sound really familiar. And it's only 30 years ago. Let's see. Raposa, when we discover the alien ship, obviously they didn't read books or watch movies. That isn't going to end well. It doesn't. But it's a very interesting story, and it's an interesting series. Yeah, I like them. Stone Peter, you would think NASA would have named a shuttle or a rocket after Carl Sagan already. No. It's going to be a space station. The one on the moon or something like that is going to get Carl Sagan's name to get funding. So, Tom, Dr. Clark, speaking of names, I could do with a ship having a different one. Sagan was a good man, but not sure if that kind of ship should bear it, you know? Yeah, that's my point. Representative, at the solar system level, do you really need more than the Epstein drive? I have to agree with Jamie Peter on saying that sounds wrong. Not a wolf. 2058, that's rather soon. I think it was 2054, actually. Check. Yeah, 2054. It didn't end well for the Systems Commonwealth. No, but it got reborn. This is why I'm going for the United Commonwealth. Hello, Shumi. That's what, 30 years away, but you didn't say backwards or forwards in time. Who does Jackson Wolf defend from? Well, he's Earth, but interesting. It's a good series to read, and it's interesting. I said. Now, Dev Squad, I miss journalism. It was a good thing. It was a good thing. It was a very good thing. And I have a feeling my timings are going to be 2 minutes out on this, so I'm going to reset them a bit. So, I'll be back. I'm just going to expand this a second, and I'm going to be back in a second because I've been drinking a lot of Iron Brew. To keep me talking, anyway. Thanks, sis. Ooh. Right then, so it's now Christopher Nuttall and the Nelson Touch. And frankly, these books don't really need much introducing, but they are good. It's a good series, but I haven't started book 7 yet. I presume that's on the previous one. They are a good series. Jeff Healer, looks like the Blackburn served in 422 flight on HMS Eagle from 1924 to 26 during her first commission, which was served entirely in the Mediterranean. Yes. But no, I haven't seen that in my recommended on Amazon. It's a good series. Not a wolf. I get a lot of advertisements on FB for books. For some good ones, I wouldn't have seen otherwise. I think more books should be advertised that way. I have to admit, I go sometimes Amazon recommendations, sometimes friends, and sometimes I just go and think, well, that's only a couple of quid, and I fancy reading something new, so I'm going to give that a go. And sometimes they even turn out well. Death Squad, if the UK had a space fleet, would it be under the auspices of the Navy or the Air Force? I think by the time we get on to having a space fleet, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a completely reorganized armed forces. So I would hope it would be on long naval lines, because I think the naval command structure works best for the kind of operations you're talking about. It's going to sound strange, because I think for the near-Earth orbit and the Earth ones, I don't mind if it's Air Force or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But I think once you're getting out into deep space... I apologize if I froze for a second there. Apparently I had some drop frames. I'm not sure why. No idea why. Yep. The internet is still working. Aside, Doctor and chat, are there any good naval-based sci-fi series that don't have fictional navies traditions and procedures based on Napoleonic and Victorian naval practices? Actually, one of those we'll be getting to. I'm not sure when the series it is, but we'll be getting to it shortly. There is one which has it slightly different. See, that worked. Right, so Jess P, you might want to turn off for a couple of seconds because I'm going to be reading chapter 14 from this. It was hard, almost impossible, to get any privacy on a starship, even on the size of a fleet carrier. Henry had been shocked when he discovered just how little privacy he and his fellow recruits had, even though he managed to hide his reaction before anyone had noticed. Learning to ignore certain activities, or naked female recruits, had been part of his training, as much as learning how to fly Starfighter. But there were a few places where someone could go and be assured of a little privacy, if one didn't have any immediate duties. Henry had walked into the observation blister, settled down on the uncomfortable chair, and started to stare up at the stars, feeling a surge of conflicting emotions running through his mind. The captain being right. Here, light years from Earth, the palace, and the hordes of reporters, he could be his own man, but he also wanted to prove that he could be his own man. Moving out of formation had been a mistake, but socking north had also been a mistake. He'd understood that from the moment he'd been forced to face the CAG. And yet North's accusations of glory hunt-seeking had stung, because they'd been accurate. Henry hated to admit it, but North had been right. He was desperate to acquire glory on his own merits. The captain hadn't grown up in the Buckingham Palace. Aristocrat or not, he couldn't even begin to understand the stresses and strains endured by the royal family. Henry had learnt from a very early age that anything he did was likely to be plastered across the data nets, and with snide and downright unpleasant commentary attached from thousands of people who thought they knew better than the king and queen. His parents had been blasted for everything, from letting Henry play outside in the cold to taking him on vacation to expensive places, some of which had even been free of media interference. They just couldn't please everyone. It wouldn't have been that bad, Henry had told himself, if it hadn't been for the palace's PR staff. They thought the royal family could please everyone, and if they responded to each and every little complaint, they would eventually achieve a 100% approval rating. Henry had learned rapidly that they were chasing an illusion, but that didn't stop him telling him what he should and should not do. And he wasn't allowed to tell them where to go. His father, in one of his few unguarded moments, had confessed that he'd had the same problem when he was a boy. Henry sighed, feeling hot tears burning the corner of his eyes. His father had withdrawn into the kindly persona, the kindly constitutional monarch, so deeply that it was hard to see him as anything other than a soulless puppet. The Queen had withdrawn too, making a handful of appearances and otherwise staying in her rooms, while Henry's older sister seemed to have embraced following in her footsteps. Henry loved Elizabeth, yet he didn't understand why she allowed the courtiers to treat her as a doll, one they could dress up as how they saw fit. Yet even she had bad moments when footage of her first love affair was broadcast around the world. Who else had that sort of media attention from the media? He considered running away more than once. He considered suicide, to the point where even his parents had noticed something was badly wrong. He considered simply following in the footsteps of an earlier prince and surrendering his titles. And finally, it had taken a mixture of threats and promises to get into the academy. Henry knew he'd been trodden on hundreds of toes and simply didn't give a damn. All he wanted was a chance to prove himself. And he had it. He knew now, but he'd fecked up badly. And you were punished as a normal rook, his thoughts insisted. But normal rooks aren't yelled at by the captain personally. Depends on the captain. He stared up at the stars, burning endlessly in the darkness of the space. His schooling had been shared out between headmasters who were sycophants and headmasters who believed, properly correctly, that their royal charge needed more discipline in his life. He'd verged from being given awards and honours he hadn't earned to being harassed and punished for things he hadn't done, but now he thoroughly deserved both the lecture and the punishment the CAG had assigned. He could have learned from his experience instead of starting a fight. There was a click behind him as the hatch opened. Henry turned, wondering who else had come to seek out some privacy, and saw a dark-skinned girl, maybe a year or two older than himself. She was wearing a lieutenant's uniform. He couldn't help noticing that it fitted her perfectly, revealing the nature of her without a starship insignia. One of the Admiral's staff, as he decided. He couldn't help wondering if she'd been chosen for her looks rather than her competence. "Hi," he said nervously. Talking to women had never been easy for him, not when he'd been Prince Henry, but Charles Augustus didn't have that burden. "Do you want the blister?" "I just came to sit down here and think," the lieutenant said. She held out her hand. "I'm Janelle Lopez." "Charles Augustus," Henry said. Once it had been hard to make sure he never told anyone his true name. He'd worried endlessly over accidentally saying Henry, and someone putting two and two together, and that was almost second nature. "Pleased to meet you." She smiled. Henry couldn't help noticing that she had a lovely smile. "Pleased to meet you too," she said, as she sat down and looked up at the stars. "You'd think they move, wouldn't you?" "We're not moving fast enough for the stars to move, obviously," Henry said. "Even the fastest ship in the fleet couldn't move that fast, I think." "Maybe the Magellan sees the effects of moving close to the speed of light," Lopez says. "I wonder sometimes what they will think when they reach their destination." Henry had to smile. The Magellan had been the first attempt at sending a starship out into the solar system. It was really nothing more than a hollowed-out asteroid, a generation ship aimed at the star system that would later become Terra Nova, when the tram lines had been discovered. Who knew what would happen in the meantime on the asteroid starship that was effectively a city in its own right? "I don't think they're moving that fast," he said. He'd read about the project once, when he'd been looking for ways to escape. The best drive technology at the time had been able to do wasn't good enough to come close to the speed of light. It still wasn't. But I wonder what they'll make of Terra Nova. "They'd probably be shocked," Lopez said, "and probably not a little horrified." Henry nodded in agreement, then changed the subject. "Why are you here?" "Just fretting over my inability to get the Admiral to honour his social commitments." Lopez says. "You?" "Just brooding." Henry said truthfully. He wasn't quite sure what to make of her. Did she know who he was? The CAG clearly hadn't known anything, but the Admiral's aide might well have picked up on something. "I got into trouble with my superior." "You don't seem to be in the brig," Lopez observed. "It could be worse." Henry had a smile. "Yeah," he agreed. "It could be." He looked back at the stars, silently resolving to forget glory-seeking and instead to concentrate on being the best pilot he could be. North had been right. He ground his teeth in the sudden irritation as he recalled that he would have to apologize to the other pilot, but he wouldn't have a chance to complain in future. Henry silently promised himself it wouldn't happen again. "I have to apologize," he added. "I hate apologizing." Lopez lifted her eyes. "Why?" Henry knew the answer to that, but he also knew he couldn't tell her. He'd been forced to apologize since he was a child, time and time again for offending people who had heard an inaccurate story about something he'd done and started squawking. Once he hadn't known why they'd been offended, merely that it was been his fault. Later he'd realized that they wanted to force him to grovel as a power play, and none of them given a SHT about the real person behind the royal title. It's fun times. Alright then. Rabbit, I need it in digital. I'm running out of walls of bookshelves. Why do you think my sci-fi books are all on Kindle? It's just easier. I have the history books filling up the walls. Most of my fiction ones now are Kindle-based. J.M. Pater, the Royal Space Force. Well, we do want the Royal Space Force, let's be honest. That would be quite good. Seth Thomson, Future Force titles. The United Earths Marine Corps. That would be interesting. Just be, oh good. Schumacher, no, we need to reorganize services into one unified service. It will stop all the insurrection as seen in 40s Germany. The example I usually use is Canada, which did unify its forces and now is going through the very difficult process of splitting them up again. I think Australia is doing a sort of similar thing in that it's interesting. Rapazo, first UK spaceship, Ark Royal, Warspite, Upholder, or Nubian? Unicorn. Seth Thompson, gotta go break up some ice and shovel some more snow. I'm still listening, just won't be commenting for a bit. Good luck. Ben Laura, I got a Kindle for Christmas due to the same issue. I just have the Kindle function on my phone. I probably should do a proper Kindle thing, but honestly, I'm a bit. When it comes to technology, I am happy to have a PC I build myself, a laptop I usually get from Dell, because that means I have good repair facilities worldwide, and everything else I try and minimize, because otherwise I just end up with so many technological devices in my life. Although I have to admit, the new latest Amazon Kindle, there is apparently an app you can get from it which can also control your model railway if you set up your railway that way, and that is sort of, attractive. I don't have a Kindle, I have a Nook. Draparosa, just use foreign language for words you don't want younglings to hear. I adapt the phraseology. But I enjoyed Nelson's Touch. I enjoyed the Nuttall series. I have to admit, there are parts of it, and this is probably terrible, but the one problem I occasionally have with Nuttall is it does seem a little bit predictable. Jamie Peter, what gauge is your layout? I have an OO gauge in the garage, and I have an N gauge down there, which I have to admit the electrics have stopped working a couple of days ago, and I've got to fix again because it's a portable N gauge layout. And then eventually, once I have my office built, I'm planning on building a railway, a Model N gauge railway into it, and actually have the trains running around the bookshelves. Not sure how I'm going to get that to work. It's probably going to involve having a helix at some point and having it so it doubles back, but I'll get it working. Now, Triton by John Walker are a pretty darn cool series, actually. And this one, if I can just... Triton! Sorry, couldn't find it. It managed to slip down and disappear. Right now, let's go to... Commander Titus Barnes stepped onto the bridge of the TCN Triton, pausing as the elevator door shut beside him. He'd been the first officer of the battleship for 8 months, serving under Rudy Barrington. The assignment had been somewhat of a disappointment. After a year at the helm of a destroyer, he had expected an upgrade. Many had told him the position should have been considered an advancement. It had been hard to stomach. Rudy represented everything wrong with the Terran colonial navy, and the fact he happened to be nearly 63 didn't help either. Older minds struggled to embrace change or new ideas. This had led to a series of conflicts between them. Titus had implemented several policies aboard his previous post that had worked well. Morale had soared, his people had thrived, and their records all showed marked improvements over their previous arrangements. Once he set foot on Triton, all that had stopped. The crew didn't seem unhappy, but there was a lot of room for improved efficiency, none of which Rudy wanted to hear. Titus hadn't turned 40 yet. Rumours suggested his CO didn't care for anyone of commander rank under 45. They never had the conversation directly, though it didn't matter. Enough small things came up to make the perspective a reality. One of their pilots, Jane Bennett, recently took her lieutenant's exam at the age of 22. Rudy had told Titus in private that he wished he had waited and gotten more experience. Regulations allowed her to try for the commission after 1 year of service. She'd spent 2 behind the controls of a destroyer and then on the Triton. During a private personal meeting, Titus had encouraged her to go out for it. The captain had made it clear he'd be recommending against her receiving the full commission, which was just another reason to find him infuriating. Standing 6 feet, Titus favoured his father. Rough around the edges, black hair, brown eyes, he had naturally tanned skin from his mother's side. The colony where he grew up had been known for agriculture, offering hard work for anyone. When he turned 16, he applied for the military academy and gotten in. He never looked back. Lieutenant Commander Ronan James turned to Jane, his co-pilot. "Reduce speed on my mark," he said. Then to the rest of the room, added, "We'll be leaving warp speed in 20 seconds, sir. Our destination is dead ahead." "Very good," Rudy said. "Titus, we're responding to a distress signal in the Gideon system." Titus frowned as he took his seat beside the captain. The bridge layout had 2 pilots directly ahead of them. The view screen took up the entire wall. Their tech officer, Violet Cromwell, sat on the left with a variety of consoles for scans, communications, and system operations. An empty space on the opposite side allowed for additional personnel to work. "What's happening there?" Titus asked. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's brand new. They're not even out of their first decade yet. Who would be stupid enough to attack them?" "We're not sure," Rudy replied. "They'll spend more attacking the place than they'll get even if they steal all the supplies. Foodstuffs don't sell as well as mining materials. Anyway, we're the first responder to this one. The mission parameters are simple enough. Stop them at all costs." Titus turned to him. "At all costs? That seems extreme. The message we received from the admin down there suggested 2 warships hopped in without a word. They were on a hot approach. Scans showed they had no defenses up, but our database had no matching silhouette. Command doesn't want us taking any chances. If they are hostile when we arrive, we take them out. And ask questions later? Titus hummed. That seems dangerous. If there are any more of those vessels, we'll get what we can, Rudy interrupted. From the debris. Scans, but our primary responsibility is keeping our people alive. I'll mobilize the Marines then. Titus got on the comm, reaching out to the security room. Gunnery Sergeant Kenzo Stefan had been with the service for 35 years. He was a serious warrior, one who faced mandatory retirement in a couple of years. They're fortunate to have his experience. Gunny, you boys ready for a field trip? Saving some colonials? Gunny's voice sounded rough after a lifetime of yelling his men. We're always up for putting boots on the ground, sir. Just give us the word. It's given. Report to the hangar. I'll have a shuttle standing by. Titus strapped into his seat. They'll be ready to extract civilians at least. Do you want to have a guess about what we're facing? I try not to, Rudy said. Violet, you have anything? I analysed the information we received. Violet turned to look at them. She wore her dark hair in a tight bun pulled back from her dark skin. Her cheekbones made her look severe, but she'd proven to be one of the gentlest souls aboard. She also had some serious coolness under fire. Unfortunately, they didn't send us their scans. Damn, Titus, I wonder why. Panic, Rudy replied. That's the only explanation. We can't expect them to operate at their best under these circumstances. If the intruders were regular pirates or raiders, then we'd have silhouettes. The fact they're totally new makes this far more exciting than normal folk we are trained to deal with. You'd think they'd be prepared for anything after coming all the way out here. Titus couldn't fathom what they might have encountered. The most likely explanation involved out-of-date software incapable of reading the latest enemy vehicles. If that proved true, the Triton would be more than sufficient to deal with them. Most of the colonies had the fortune of at least one or two TCN ships patrolling near enough for a rapid response to problems. Rapid response time tended to be essential to save lives. Seasoned pirates knew exactly how long they had before the military showed up to stop them. Titus had arrived at many scenes where the criminals had already left. Chasing them down generally took days. He wondered if they find themselves in a similar situation at Gurdon. It all depended on what their targets made of with and how much carnage they left in the wake. Scanning the system now, Violet said. She gasped. Putting on the screen now. Titus had never heard her sound so surprised. The stuttering in particular alarmed him. As the view screen flickered to life, he squinted as the two objects orbiting the colonized planet. They were far off, way too distant to make out in detail. Violet surrounded each with a square and then zoomed in. Titus had never seen ships like them. They had boxy, squared edges with four rounded thrusters in the back. Each was larger at the back in the back and narrow in the front. But it was like a child had put building blocks together. The scan continued, depicting metal spikes sticking off the ship at various points. What are those things? Titus asked. Sensor equipment? Some kind of, energy weapons relay? Weapons, Ronan muttered. If I had to guess, they'd be weapons. No barrels, Jane said. How would they... You don't think... She turned to her partner. Lasers? Beams, I mean? Ronan shrugged. Why not? Because, Rudy replied, pirates do not have that technology. He sighed. Though these ships... Where would they have even found them? This makes no sense. What do you have on the surface? Anything? The colony's been attacked. Violet continued to act out of character, shouting report. Buildings burning, life readings are minimal. There's fighting going on down there too. Weapons I've not seen before. I'm patching into the satellite for a detailed look at what's happened. A portion of the screen shifted, showing the destruction. Violet zoomed out, showing several black, boxy things on the ground outside. It appeared to be staging area for the invaders. They couldn't make out people moving around at advantage, but it gave a good idea of what had happened. Open the communication channel, Rudy said. Blast it out. I'll address them. You find out if anyone's left alive down there. He waited until she told him it was ready. Attention, unidentified spacecraft. This is Captain Rudy Barrington of the TCN Triton. You have infringed on Terran space, attacked our colony, and killed our people. We demand you stand down immediately. No response, sir, Violet replied, from the enemy ships or the surface. We do have an open comm on the surface. I just don't think anyone's there to answer it. Rudy turned to Titus. Opinion? We don't know the enemy capabilities, Titus replied, but we do know a couple of things. First, they haven't responded nor moved since we arrived. Second, they destroyed the buildings down there. Even if they had already looted it, they have no intention of coming back, which isn't normal pirate behavior. What do you propose? We need more data, Titus said. Get closer. Allow Violet to get a solid scan on them so we know what we're up against. I'd like to understand their defensive capabilities. Find out if Ronin's right about the weapons. If he is, we have encountered those before, and we have no idea whether they're giants or simply strange. Sound thinking, Ronan narrowed his eyes. But we also have a responsibility to save anyone who survived down there. Violet, you have until we're in combat range to gather the data. Ronan, attack speed. Get us close. Power up shields and weapons. We're driving these criminals off. I'm not sure he understands the gravity of the situation we're seeing. Titus knew better than to argue with Rudy when he made up his mind. That didn't mean Titus wasn't still compelled to push his opinion without caution. Jumping into a fight with these unknown ships seemed exceptionally dangerous. He figured they might be some kind of prototype, something new stolen to wreak havoc in the area. When this is over, we need to contact every research station in this region. Maybe one of them can shed some light on a major theft. At least then we can trace the source of these messages. Incoming message, Violet said. TCN frequency. Put them through. Rudy replied. Captain Barrington, a fuzzy voice came through the speakers. This is Commander Channing of the TCN Haley. We're en route with the Covington, and should be there in 2 minutes to assist with the distress call. Please respond. Rudy smiled, turning to Titus. There you see? Now we've got some backup. Does that give you a little more faith? He tapped the panel on his chair to acknowledge the communication. Welcome to the party, Commander. We've got a strange one here. I look forward to your assistance. Prep your defences as soon as you can. Barrington out. No, Titus thought. I'm not feeling particularly confident about this. The oddity of the ships bothered him, their lack of communication, the fact that they had bombarded a colony with nothing of value, all these combined to create a mystery that needed solving prior to a fight. This might be a test of their weapons. Picking a remote location for such a thing made sense. Anyone capable of building something so potent likely should have known the TCN patrolled the area, and if so, then they might have wanted to see how their toys held up under a conflict with the military. If that's the case, we might have been lured here. Get the troops down there, Rudy said. Rescue mission. Yes, sir. Titus didn't like that either, but he gave Gunny the order to go. He lowered his voice, adding, Take care down there. We don't know what we're walking into. Be smart about how you proceed, yeah? We'll evaluate. Adapt. You know the rest. Gunny replied, Primary objective is saving people. That's what we'll do if at all possible. Strange starships still had yet to acknowledge the approach of the Triton. The two destroyers arrived, moving to form up on them. Now that they're outnumbered, maybe they'll make a move. Titus had his doubts. I still feel lured in, drawn close for some reason. I guess we'll find out soon enough. Their ground force launched, taking a wide route to avoid the two vessels in orbit. Whatever happened, the Triton had to buy them enough time to save the civilians, to bring them back from the surface. Even if we have to abandon the colony and come back with a bigger team, I still feel like we're biting off more than we can handle. And if that proved true, then any fight may not last very long at all. Right. Just be. Different forces are okay as long as interoperability isn't sacrificed. I.e. two different pistols, but the bullets don't match. Oh, don't get me started on that. Some of that fun. The British so far seem to be quite good at avoiding that little pitfall. Although that does mean everyone's armed with the SA-90. The S-90. No, SA-90. Yes. What's the artillery one? I'm not going in that one. Admiral Atlantic Fleet with Bruships in the background is a good time. It is a good time. Calculator, back in the days, when a Soviet admiral saw a Hungarian People's Army Danube flotilla green bag uniform, got freaked out and bought them blue ones. I'd agree with him. Reverend, what would happen if you did a build trumps like this? Well, we have already done something on Battlestar Galactica, and more could be coming. Thank you, Stafford. Albonia is a fictional country of everything going wrong. It's quite disturbing that everything does go wrong there. It's from the Dilbert comics. Ian uses it filler country when he wants to talk about a homemade gun that technically falls foul of YouTube's rules. Not just their main export and currency, mud is also their main foodstuff. Chris Alphic, Triton equals keep off the grass. It is an interesting one because you've got it all set up. You've got a commanding officer, and I have to say, I did find, reading the book, I do find the senior officers above the hero to be a bit predictable, and it is Titus and Triton, so there is some tea loving going on here, but it's good. Warrior by Nick Webb. Right. Now, this is a massive series, and again, I'll be back in 2 seconds because I think I just heard the batteries arrive. No batteries, but my bottle of iron brew from downstairs I just arrived, so I've got plenty of iron brew now. Right then. So, Warrior. And we go back to Sci-Fi Bruships number 2. That is the one annoying with the thing on the Kindle on the phone. It does... how to put it? Lose things. In that you will keep having to find same things. Right. New Dublin. Sector. Planetary Command Center. Governor Wolfram wrung his hands nervously. A politician wringing their hands nervously. That's never a good sign. Sweat beaded on his shiny forehead, but he didn't even bother wiping it. Power was being diverted away from the luxuries like air conditioning to more useful things like planetary shielding and orbital plasma particle beams. They were coming, and fast, he noted, watching the flurry of large dots on the tactical readout, each indicating a massive swarm carrier, all likely full of thousands of fighters, rapidly approaching the inner system defences. Any response yet from CENTCOM? He barked at the Admiral, huddled with his commanders near the tactical station. From his tight smile and furrowed brow, Governor Wolfram could tell the Admiral was annoyed. No, sir. We only just sent out the Metaspace distress call an hour ago. We're not expecting a response any moment now. Admiral Asbill resumed the coordination on new defence planetary fleet defences. Wolfram nodded and turned back to the tactical readout. 10 ships. 10! The fleet that attacked Earth just over 2 months ago had numbered 10-2. The first wave of 6 followed closely by 4 more. In all the swarm incursions since that battle, they'd only sent in smaller strike forces now that they knew Earth knew how to fight back. 2 ships here, 3 there, always striking at smaller settlements, on fringe worlds where they were assured a quick victory and a sharp, devastating raid before they melted away, disappeared to whatever star systems they originated from. But New Dublin was not on the periphery, and 10 ships meant they were coming for blood. This was the real deal. He wrung his hands again and watched as the last defense outpost, about halfway out to the nearest planet, a handful of automated laser turrets mounted to a smattering of small asteroids orbiting their sun, disappeared from a tactical readout, and the flurry of large dots resumed their course to New Dublin. Less than an hour away. There was no hope. The CENTCOM was only now receiving and responding to the Metaspace distress call. There would never be enough time to dispatch a rescue force. They were doomed. In 1 hour, with 10 swarm ships incoming, there was no way any city or town on New Dublin would survive. Their planetary defence fleet was simply no match for that much firepower. He'd often wondered why the swarm came at a planet with conventional inertial thrusters, rather than Q-jump all the way into a system. Q-jumping would give their targets far less time to assemble and organise any sort of defence. But Admiral Asbill, the IDF commander in charge of New Dublin Force, assured him it was not because of any sort of technical shortcomings on the Swarm part. No, he believed they did it to sow fear and terror in their victims. Let them see you coming for hours. Let them stew in their own juices, painfully aware that the end was coming very, very soon. Let them run around in a frenzy, inciting confusion and distress in the population, allowing for maximum disorder and mayhem and destruction when the Swarm finally arrived. Why would the Swarm do this? Why would they care? Nobody knew. Nobody seemed to know anything about them, as far as he could tell. How could you fight an enemy you knew nothing about? The blood drained from his face as a new dot suddenly appeared on the technical screen, just 100,000 kilometers from New Dublin. Damn, maybe they changed their tactics. Were they sending in an advanced warship to soften them up before the main body of the fleet arrived? The new dot swooped in terribly fast towards a low orbit. It was massive. The energy readings coming off the ship indicated it was charging weapons and preparing for a fight. Wolfram's stomach tensed. The end would have come sooner. He heard a whoop off the line and snapped his head towards the officer who made the sound, bouncing slightly at the station. The conversation. Admiral, it's the warrior. It's Granger himself. Admiral Asbill's face immediately transformed from that of a grim, harried commander to an expression of something Governor Wolfram had not seen in quite some time. Hope. Amazing, Wolfram muttered. He's managed to assemble his strike force and get here already? But where are his other ships? Admiral Asbill shrugged. Patching through. A few minutes later, the officer at the comm nodded. You're on, Admiral. We've got visual, too. This is Admiral Asbill of New Dublin Planetary Command. That you, Granger? They all turned to the view screen, covering half of one of walls. An image of an older man, his face lined and dark, bags sagging under his eyes, snapped onto the screen, and in spite of lines and scars and obvious signs of months of battle, he was smiling. Good to see you, Asbill. I understand you're in need of some assistance. Admiral Asbill. Yeah, you could say that. Granger smiled on. Well then, let's get this party started. I'd like to send you one of my people down to you to help coordinate and integrate with operations on the Warrior. You've got your planetary defense fleet assembled, I presume? We're going to need them. Asbill hesitated. Captain, where's your strike force? They coming in right behind you? Granger shook his head. Oddly enough, though, his smile deepened. Governor Wolfram felt his stomach turn. No fleet? The Swarm is putting us through the ringer today. 3 separate incursions. I've sent my fleet out into the Johannesburg sector to deal with the 4 Swarm ships there, and Admiral Zingo from CENTCOM is personally dealing with Swarm raid in the Centauri system with a strike force based at Nuttall. Asbill back in. Am I to understand, sir, that you're it? No one else is coming. Governor Wolfram thought it odd that an admiral was addressing a captain as sir. Was the man's reputation in Mythos that powerful? Granger had become something of a legend in the past 2 months, as he was able to repel invasion after deadly invasion. The man seemed to have a knack for dealing with Swarm, not to mention his inexplicable return from the dead. The Constitution had disappeared. The satellite cameras had broadcast the event to the entire Earth. One moment she crashed and disappeared into singularity, taking out 3 Swarm carriers with it, and the next moment she reappeared, careening through the atmosphere. That's right, Admiral. The Warrior's it. Silence fell in the command center. He heard an officer cough nervously behind him. One ship, Wolfram thought, one ship has against 10 Swarm carriers. The man is man. Admiral Asbill was becoming agitated. Granger, is this a joke? Your fleet is right behind you. I hope for all our sakes. In case CENTCOM didn't update you, we've got 10 Swarm carriers incoming. 10. Granger leaned in slightly to view screen. No joke, Admiral. They've got 10 carriers. We've got your entire planetary defense system, 1 ISS warrior, and 1 me. Governor Wolfram almost missed it, but Granger actually winked to them. The man had style, and a few other things. I'd say the odds are about even. I like this series. I like the characters. I like the way they're written. In some sci-fi books, the female characters are very wooden. No, the female characters in this one are well written. The senior officers are quite well written. Sometimes they're a bit one-sided. Junior officers are quite well written. The NCOs are very well written. Ratings a bit scanty, but it works quite well, and it's a good series. Can you check the 2:25 long video Birth of the Capsuleer? Or just after live? Well, just after live, I'll have a look. Raposa, bureaucracy is inherently predictable. Yeah, that it is. Raposa, the speed Nick Webb's characters lose ships is frightening. I have to admit that is the one thing. I do feel the ships are a little bit of the throwaway characters. It's kind of like Game of Thrones in that you can basically every time you see a ship actually get named, you know it's gone. Oh. Look, if anyone was coming for Iron Brew, there would be blood, but it wouldn't be the people making the Iron Brews. It actually goes on. Captain Granger nodded towards the comm officer on duty to cut the transmission and swiveled his chair to face Proctor. You ready, Commander? She nodded and stood up to leave. I'll get down there right away. It was always painful to have her leave. Fighting without Proctor was like tying your good arm behind your back during a fistfight. But he needed the coordination of the surface forces only she could provide. The woman had a knack for getting things done, quickly and efficiently. And besides, excluding herself, she had the most experience fighting the swarm. Her capabilities would be the most valuable, directing the response of the rest of the fleet and of the defence's forces planet side. He swiveled back to his station. Should be just like Tau Ceti, he said. Swarm will never know what hit them. She paused the door. Tim, this is hardly like Tau Ceti. We fought 4 ships there. We've got 10 incoming. But New Dublin's defence force is far more capable than Tau Ceti's. True, she conceded. He glanced over at the tactical station, motioning to Lieutenant Diaz, the tactical officer, to join him. Don't worry, Commander. The children born out of wedlock will never know what hit them. This time tomorrow we'll be back to planning Operation Battle Axe. Proctor stayed at the door a moment longer, then left. He knew what she wanted to say. You're being too cocky, Tim. She'd warned him several times over the last few weeks. She thought he was being too overconfident, too brash. And the truth was, he felt it. His confidence brimmed over, and he just knew he was going to crush them, the children born out of wedlock. Even since he'd woken up on Proctor's shoulder, as she carried him down to engineering in a flaming constitution, careening through the atmosphere, ever since the cancer had left. Ever since those missing 3 days or 15 seconds, depending on how one looked at it. Somehow, the miraculous nature of the circumstances, and the fact that he and Proctor had almost single-handedly saved Earth, granted him knowledge that they'd be okay. They would survive. More than survive, they'd win. So convincingly that Swarm would either never attack them again or be wiped out so utterly that the win would amount to genocide. And Granger was okay with that. That vague feeling, that voice in the back of his head, it gave him confidence. Swagger. He didn't stifle the swagger. On the contrary, he flaunted it. His people ate it up. They needed it, craved it, and in the aftermath of the invasion of Earth, he gained and cultivated an almost legendary status, the hero of Earth. He found that by acting the part of the legend, his people responded in kind with legendary performance. He acted the part for them. They wanted a hero? Then by God, he'd give them one. If it meant the swarm would be destroyed and humanity saved. Which is rather an interesting approach, but it's one of the things I like about Nick Webb's series is he really does get the psychology of senior officers. You know, there is always the thing that if you're in charge, you can operate. Some of the best commanders I've operated and I've seen operate and, were understood. Have usually operate by about 3 certain rules. 1, the only person allowed to tell off anyone beneath them is them. Any senior officer tries to do it, they have to go through them. They're their juniors, not their senior officers. 2, they're happy to learn and encourage their subordinates to learn as much as they can and as much as they need to know, but more. And 3, being a senior officer, a senior NCR, or a leader means sometimes acting. It means sometimes putting aside your own feelings and your own fear, admitting you might have them. That's always saying, but you can't allow people to think that your supporters to think that those are in control of you. They have to be able to depend on you as their rock. Now, earlier we were talking, and someone said some of the ranks being used weren't those of the Victorian Navy. This is the book, The Peacekeeper Initiative, and I cannot recommend this series enough. I am really looking forward to the next books. It's got the first 3 have come out, and there are more coming, but I'm really enjoying this by Glynn Stewart. Really enjoyed them. Nick Waters, former PO told me his captain dressed him down in front of a Commodore, and the Commodore then made a point of defending the PO. Vision, Theodore Roosevelt said that if you acted, if you're not afraid, you would eventually become unafraid. So I think you just made a sale, because I have been looking for a book like this. Actually gets the personality. The main character sounds a lot like Halsey. Yep. Oh wait, I've read the name for the series, and names never resonate for me, but stories do. It's a good series, and this one is also a good series. And the reason I like this is because I think this has lessons for us today. And this is how it starts off with chapter 1. Gunfire was generally considered a bad sign at trade negotiations. Colonel Henry Wong wasn't actively part of the negotiations either, which allowed him to turn to focus on the distant sound. Several of the local security officers standing watch by the conference room's 2 entrances were doing the same thing, which was not a positive sign. The tall starship captain was seated on one side of a surprisingly plain table in an almost gaudily decorated room. The table was plain wood, probably local to Tano, the planet they were negotiating with, and barely large enough for the 8 people sitting around it. The room itself was painted a deep red colour with gold filigree, picking out detailed murals on the wall. The murals told an ancient story, but the story their presence told was the one Henry Wong cared about. The gold mural told a Khemri story, one belonging to the history of the alien empire that had once ruled Tano and had abandoned the world 14 months earlier. 6 local officials from Tano's newborn government were seated facing the United Planets Space Force officer, and his companion, Sylvia Todorowicz, a gaunt and sharp-edged member of the United Planets Alliance Corps Diplomatic Corps, and the woman in charge of the diplomats assigned to the grandiosely named UPA Peacekeeper Initiative. At this point, the civilians around the table had finally noticed the gunfire, and Henry returned his attention to them with a thin smile. Chemical-powered firearms, he told them in Chem. None of the locals spoke English or Mandarin, and he didn't speak any of their native languages. There were 3 species represented across the table, but Tano had been a Khemri slave world, and all the negotiators spoke Chem, the language of their conquerors and the Terror's enemies. That was the language of negotiation, and the language Henry questioned them in now. That is a lot of shooting, Henry continued, in the precision required of speaking a language that wasn't native to anyone in the room. What is going on? The Tano military representative wasn't from a species Henry knew, but a tall woman with the apparently natural purple hair and almost dainty tusks was of a type of species common across the galaxy. General Cancer was a Shal, which basically meant she could pass for human in a dark alley. We do not know, she admitted as she rose to her feet. I'm receiving reports from units across the city that we are under attack. She tapped a black piece of plastic in her ear, indicating that she had an active comm set. I'm requesting reinforcements from the other cities, but I'm also receiving reports of sabotage at our airports and transport terminals. Commander Thomson, local forces appear under attack. Can you and Aoki sort out what's going on from orbit? Henry had the pure message assembled in his internal network while the local officer was still speaking, firing off to his ground divisional commander and his executive officer without even blinking. The locals didn't appear to have internal networks. Henry understood that the majority of the population was a shell, which made those implants something the UPA could trade with them. Who is attacking you? Todorovich demanded. You did not mention any potential threat. Because we did not know of one here, the senior Tano official named Inbar, an Ashal that really could pass for human, snapped. The Kozun have been threatening us, but they have no soldiers on our planet world. If it was the Kozun, there would be more energy guns, Kansas snapped. My apologies, Colonel. Ambassador, I suggest we suspend negotiations for now. Tano's government is still fragile, and despite our efforts to represent everyone on the council, there are elements that feel they were robbed. Fewer mouths to feed, another Tano official whose name Henry hadn't caught muttered. We swore to serve all of Tano, Inbar countered. Ambassador? Henry asked, turning to look at Todorovich. She was a practiced ambassador and easily capable of concealing her emotions from almost anyone. Henry, on the other hand, had learned to read micro-expressions to be able to follow Anshal emotion. Unlike most, Todorovich had learned to control those too, but she and Henry had been together through worse than this together. He was learning to read her, despite everything she could do. She was amused. If the government of Tano does not feel they can guarantee security, it would of course be wiser to suspend the meeting for now, she told them. None of the attacks so far have threatened the centre, Council told them. Tano's government centre was the former home of the Kenrian governor, now the home base for the planet's government. It was also the building they were all sitting in. We have a number of satellite facilities in the city under attack, and it appears that our ability to bring troops to the city is almost non-existent until we have completed significant repairs. General Kanza is responsible for our security, Inbar said. We must allow her to do her job, if nothing else, of course. We'll return to the suite you assigned us and wait as an update. It's bad, sir. Lieutenant Colonel Tanga's response had taken longer than Henry had hoped, but he presumed his executive officer was using the time productively. Even though he heard Aoki's voice, there was an illusion created by his network. Every airport or spaceport on the planet has been bombed, probably repairable in short order, but out right now. I'd say you've got at least 8 active attacks in the city itself, pinning down local forces in their barracks. They're removing pieces from the board and heading for checkmate, Commander Alex Thomson added. The ground divisional official's message arrived in a slightly different mental tone. The Kenry Governor's House, or whatever they call it, they're going to hit it next, and they're going to hit it hard. I recommend immediate extraction. General, is the centre secure? Asked as he processed his subordinate's comments. The dark-skinned and black-haired Chinese-American officer's concern was getting sharper by the second, and from Todorovich glanced back at him, the man was picking up on it. What's going on? She demanded suddenly via their networks. The sense of sharpness the blonde woman projected was more than merely physical, after all. Thomson thinks the attacks are a decoy, Henry replied, his mental voice equally silent. Kanza looked at the politician starting to mill around, then gestured for him to follow her as she stepped out into the hall. Like the conference room itself, it was painted deep red and carried a gold mural on the wall. What little furniture he could see through was plain and made of the local wood. And hello, Sam. Just received a message from a friend who's watching. What little furniture he could see through the though was plain and made of the local wood. That was definitely not the style of the artisan Case Kemry who tended the governor slave world. Beings who would never accept something plain if something decorative could do the same job. The locals had left the Kemry walls in place, but replaced all the furniture with their own work. The walls would probably follow, but Tano's leaders had other priorities so far. The centre should be secure, Kanza told him once they were clear of her politicians. She looked askance at Todorovich following Henry, but didn't argue. But this is a blatant attempt to decoy forces away from us. And I cannot even stop it. Every mobile unit in the streets is rushing to reinforce their home barracks. I have held what troops we have at the centre here, but the centre is a standardised structure. At least in its bones and hardware, yes, Henry confirmed. The cousin would know their way through a Kemry governor's house if there are any here. The Kozan had been one of the Veshron, rebel factions against the Kemry Empire allied with humanity. Now they appeared to be the close example of the warlords the UPA was expecting to rise from the wreckage of the half-abandoned empire. My intelligence was that at least 100 Kozan special forces were infiltrated onto Tano while they were threatening the council. They will almost certainly be coming here, and they will be better equipped and better trained than my people. My best people served the Kemry as slave soldiers. They are not trusted in the capital yet, and they now lack functional airports. The rest of your people are what? Rebels turned police? Todorovich asked. Yes, Kanza admitted shortly after her moment of silence. I have several hundred soldiers in place to guard the centre, but I have less than a dozen energy weapons and limited heavy arms to support them. Why are you telling us this? Dunmoore said. Should you not be briefing the rest of your council? They have no armies hidden away that can save us, Kanza said bluntly. I have not seen one of your battle cruisers in action, Colonel Wong. Ambassador Torich, but I understand that you do carry a ground detachment. I hope that the man who ended the Camarade can help us. Henry wanted to grimace. He was mostly past the PTSD nightmares now, but he still didn't like to be reminded that it was his old ship that would wipe out the last of the Camarade breeding sex, ending the Khemri ability to reproduce and damning them to a slow genocide. I'm strongly discouraged from interfering in local planetary affairs, he nodded. Ambassador Turvich? They'd walked through to Gathering and the end of the Veteran Rebel Alliance together. She knew what he was asking for, just as he knew she was going to give it to him. The evidence does suggest that this is an attack, not a legitimate local uprising, the ambassador said calmly. An external attack very much falls under the purview of our objectives and your orders, Colonel Wong. Speaking for the diplomatic corps, I formally request that you assist in protecting the local centre of government, if at all possible. Henry smiled and bowed slightly to Kanza. You heard my ambassador, he told her, and now I have one question. Ask, Colonel. What is the chance that the Kozan have launched all of this chaos on the surface and do not have a space component to the attack? He asked. We have some defences, but the Khemri took their ships when they left. Hansa told him, after some other problems, orbital platforms and a small fighter fleet are all I have. If they can position orbital support, Tano falls. Henry finished for him. Understood. I need to get to a landing pad then, General Kanza. I'm afraid I don't understand, Colonel. My ground div troopers will be coming down on shuttles, and then I will be returning to Raven aboard one of those shuttles. Vision. I hope you enjoyed it. I enjoyed that series. Vision. When JFK was asked how he became a hero in the US, and he replied, my boat was sunk. It works. Rick Vasa. I saw a major just tearing into a sergeant in front of him. That was until an MWO stepped up and stopped it. Thank God. Master Warrant Officer, I presume? Again, the system is the old system was this, and it worked in navies and has worked for many years. The Admiral tells the captain he didn't appreciate something. The captain tells the XO that it was a very poorly run show. The XO tells the division officer responsible for that particular, or that department officer, that frankly, if they don't improve, they're going to be kicked out of the ship. The officer then tells the senior NCO that it was awful and things need to be fixed and things need to go. The NCO then tells the ratings that it was an SHIT show and that if it happens again, they will break them. That is the way of the command structure. You do not want to circumvent the command structure. Raparosa, only Glynn Stewart I've listened to is Space Carrier Avalon. Cool. This is a good one. A U-boat commander said during an interview, that during being depth charged, he calmly pulled out a Pulp Fiction and begun to read. So if the crew see the old man reading, we'll keep calm. Sometime later, he realised he kept the booklet upside down. It doesn't matter. It worked. Jermak, aren't warrant officers that mysterious, unicornish creatures that even generals would listen? It is a very, very, very poor sign if a senior officer, or any officer, ignores the advice of a senior NCO. Dev Scott, I have popcorn. Does that mean I have to start an argument to watch now? No. Representative, my wife wants to know if I need an English history professor to read my books. Representative, hello to your wife. Read a long book of bedtime with Dr. S. Clark. That would not be good for people. South Thomson and Raven. That's the name of a warship. It is. Although, I kind of like Black Swan and Starling as names of warships as well. John Shea, Doctor, out of all the good space sci-fi series books, which ones have ships that have good aesthetics within the book setting? Empire Rising series we'll be talking about soon are good. And I would say this one's good. And I'd say the Siobhan Dunmoore series are good. I haven't put the list of series books up here because, honestly, dealing with plumbers and all the other things, I didn't have the time. So there are pictures on some of these, but yeah. Now, let's see. Siobhan Dunmoore. Mm-hmm. Represent back. Warrant officers tend to be subject matter experts, so you'd better listen. Yes, and they also know where all the bodies are buried and all the problems are. For not just you, but probably all the senior officers above you and all the senior officers before you, and who will come after you, so you do not upset them. Always a note, the place, and I have visited many ships in my time, and the place where I like to get invited to eat is the chief's mess, because if in doubt, the senior NCOs get the best food on the ship. The captain does very well, but the senior NCOs will get the best food, mainly because usually the head chef is a member of that mess. The chief cook is a member of that mess. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Vision, what about classic sci-fi Starship Troopers? I might get into Starship Troopers at some point. Anyway, Siobhan Dunmoore. And I did the first book in the series last time, and I want to do the second book this time. The assistant from the action station siren wrenched Commander Siobhan Dunmoore from her slumber with a heart-stopping jolt. For a few panic seconds, her brain dredged up the horror of nightmares that still occasionally surfaced to plague her. Through the near destruction of the battleship Victoria Regina by Sherihari Commander Brackle was a year in the past, she still felt a keen sense of loss for her captain and friend, as well as for so many of the crew. The urgent pulse of the call to battle on that fateful day endured as one of her darkest memories. She remained particularly vulnerable when her defences were down, as they were now, her mind hovering between reality and the murky depths of sleep. She instinctively took a few deep breaths and came to full consciousness, eyes darting around her darkened quarters aboard the missile frigate Stingray. The ship she had commanded all these long months, mainly spent on the most boring patrol routes, far from the maelstrom of insular war. Almost without thought, she sprang up and pulled on her battle dress, not even pausing to do up the tunic as she headed for the bridge deep inside the frigate's hull. Again, I like this. The amount of science fiction which puts the bridge on top of the ship. Why? Especially if you're a warship. The CIC is buried inside a modern warship for a reason, to give it protection. It would be the same with a bridge on a spaceship. Unless the first officer decided to call a drill without informing her, this was the first real call to action in a long time, ever since the heavily damaged ship fled the Chimera system after destroying the better part of a Sherihari convoy and fatally damaging Brackle's cruiser. Though it had been a satisfying revenge for his salvaging of Victoria Regina, Stingray had suffered enough abuse under Brackle's guns to be relegated to a backwater of the Commonwealth, far from the front lines of the almost 6-year-old war against the Sherry Empire. The memories of the past and the thoughts of the present crowded each other, fighting for a space within the growing excitement at the prospect of action, any sort of action. The Sherari were hundreds of light years away, and reavers, smugglers, and other unsavory elements were too canny to cross a Navy ship's wide internet. Moments later, she was through the door to the bridge. Status? Dunmoore demanded as she headed for the command chair. The officer of the watch, Lieutenant Kowalski, stepped aside and made a signal to the petty officer at the gunnery console. We've intercepted a distress signal from the freighter Nikomaru, Black Nova shipping line. She's being pursued by a pair of unidentified ships who forced her out of hyperspace, Kowalski replied in a clipped, precise tone. At that moment, a three-dimensional tactical scheme appeared on the main screen as Banger Rouse brought up all the available data. Commander Dunmoore glanced at the newly minted petty officer third class, glad to see that the former gun captain had settled nicely into her new role. Then she quickly scanned the information. For once, we're in interception range, a gruff voice commented behind Dunmoore. She turned and winked at her first officer, who had just stepped onto the bridge, slightly out of breath. I think we can get this one, Mr. Pushkin. Dunmoore was not quite smiling, but her crew could feel the excitement of the chase oozing from her every pore. Weeks of futile patrols had redefined tedium as something you would not wish on your worst enemy. Sub-Lieutenant Sangvi, the junior navigation officer, piped up. I have a minimum time jump solution, Captain, with emergence 100,000 kilometers from protected position. A jump plot appeared on the screen, and Dunmoore glanced at Pushkin. The first officer nodded in agreement. Very well. She pointed at the quartermaster, Petty Officer Takash. Helm engage. The young woman touched the control panel and sent Stingray into hyperspace. A transition that triggered the usual jump nausea. When it passed, Siobhan rose from a chair. Set the conditions as weapons free, Mr. Pushkin, and have the crew go to full battle stations when we're 5 minutes out. We're coming in ready for a fight. Stingray collapsed the hyperspace bubble very close to the plotted position on the Nikomaru, and as the transition nausea wore off, Dunmoore grinned at her sailing master. You've really got young Sangvi doing well, Mr. Tors. Then she turned to Lieutenant Triton, who had joined the crew as the new gunnery officer several months earlier, and raised a questioning eyebrow. The young woman's fingers danced over a console and a new tactical scheme appeared on the main screen. Nikomaru seems to be adrift. She's not showing any current engine emissions. The two ships near her have very high power emissions, but scan as relatively small vessels, no larger than sloops. Over-engined and probably over-gunned, the first officer commented, narrowing his hooded display. Eyes at the data of the display. Seems to me no honest ship goes around wasting that much power. Concur, sir, Triton replied. I can't find a match in our database. I've therefore designated them as Tango 1 and Tango 2. They spotted us, Petty Officer Rose called out. Their power emissions have spiked. We're being painted by targeting centers. I see a shuttle leaving the Nikomaru, heading for Tango 2, she added a few moments later. No sooner had those words left her mouth than the crew of Stingray watched in horror as the two tangers opened fire on the defenseless freighter with their plasma guns. I have a firing solution, Sid announced, her hand raised above her. 4 birds, 2 per tango, Dunmoore ordered. Mr. Guthron, maintain current acceleration. Maintain current acceleration, he replied. Guthron was Stingray's coxswain, the senior enlisted man and chief of the ship. Dunmoore trusted him at the helm of the frigate as she trusted no other. He had been a coxswain in the opening days of the war when she had taken command of the auxiliary scout Don Quixote. Faint vibrations coursed through the warship's hull as 4 anti-ship missiles erupted from their launchers and sped off towards the targets. Sir, they've launched at us, Rouse announced. 2 birds. I read them as Shahari built. Dunmoore frowned as if puzzled. Do those ships look Shahari to you, anyone? She asked the bridge at large. Sir, Triton ventured, the ship's emissions are too clean for Shahari power systems. On the other hand, Shahari ordnance is probably easier to obtain in the Kulsak Badlands. Concur, Pushkin said. They've come about and are running. Rouse pushed new data on the screens. And Nikomaru? Still there, Captain. Some extra damage to the drive sections, but she still looks relatively intact. Our jamming some birds up the Tango's skirt seemed to have saved the freighter from getting wrecked. The secondary screen showed bright flashes as the port defense guns fired, but the action registered only briefly in Dunmore's mind, as did the disappearance of the 2 icons representing the raiders' missiles when the plasma burst vaporized them into atoms. Something bothered her about the weak salvo and the ease with which her gunners had destroyed the enemy birds. Shahari missiles might not be quite as good as the newest human ones, but they were still very effective, as Dunmoore and the crew of Stingray knew only too well. Their last encounter with Shahari weaponry at Stromera had almost spelled the end of the frigate. It had been nothing short of a miracle that they had made it home with so few casualties. They've opened up on our missiles, Rose stated. No hits. Powering up jump drive, sir. Dunmoore leaned forward in her chair as if she could close the distance with the raiders through sheer force of will. She fought her urge to give orders in preparation for a stern chase. The Nicker Maroon was now her first responsibility. Scan the freighter, Mr. Triton. She caught herself drumming her fingers on her thigh as she watched the distance between Stingray and the raiders increase. It will not do to look fidgety, she thought, scolding herself. Manic, unhinged, aggressive, no problems. But captain should never fidget. No life signs on board, sir. Engines are severely damaged. Looks like one of the raiders forced her out of hyperspace with a torpedo. Dunmoore and Pushkin glanced at each other in astonishment. Torpedoes were notoriously hard to fire accurately, were very expensive, and took up way too much space on a ship. They were definitely not something an ordinary pirate carried, but they were the only weapon that could collapse a hyperspace battle and force a ship back to sublight, where missiles could be used to burn out its shields before plasma guns punched through its hull. Either they've killed everyone on board, or they've taken them, Pushkin said. Anger and disgust filled his eyes. They've jumped on a line straight into the Badlands, Rose reported. Very well, Mr. Tors. Plot a course to overtake them. Perhaps we can teach these pirates a lesson or two in torpedo sniping. She heard Pushkin clear his throat very softly and turned to look at him, tilting her head. Standing Order 53, Captain. Also known as the Pirate Protection Act, number 1? Her voice suddenly dripped with acid. Everyone hated Standing Order 53, since it forbade pursuit beyond the recognised limits of Commonwealth space without authorisation from a flag officer. Some maintained that it existed to keep reckless or overly aggressive captains from plunging headlong into parts of space where support would be non-existent and the risk of ambush high. Most, like Dunmoore, thought it was to protect the investments of the rich and well-connected. Things could be done in the places like the Coalesced Badlands that one could never do in the Commonwealth, and the very wealthy tended to have the ear of senators and admirals. Less now, perhaps, after years of stalemated war, but still enough to make Dunmoore seethe when she let herself think about it. We'll just see where this goes for a moment, Gregor, she replied, her voice once more under control. No matter what she personally thought about orders from the Admiralty, she had to be careful in front of her crew. They took their cues from her, good or bad. The definition of where our recognised sovereignty ends and unclaimed space begins is a tad flexible in this sector, as long as we don't actually enter the coal sack itself. She knew she was stretching the point a bit too far. The nebula in question was so deep in unclaimed space that no one would consider it even close to the fringes of the Commonwealth. I have a jump solution, sir, the sailing master pointed at a side display. Dunmoore and Pushkin studied it for a few seconds. Excellent. Coxswain, get us orientated and prepare to engage hyperdrives. In moments, Guthron's deft use of Stingray's attitudinal thrusters had shifted her course and pointed her towards their quarry. Then, jump nausea gripped them as they left normal space again. A stern chase is a long chase, number 1, Dunmoore rose from her chair and ran long, bony fingers through the greying copper hair as she straightened her slender, almost rangy body. She wore thin black leather gloves, a souvenir from the injury she sustained when the cruiser Saladin, in which she had been the second officer, was destroyed a few years earlier. Her left hand had sustained burns that had almost, but not quite, crippled her. Shall we repair to my room? I have the urge for a cup of coffee. Always nice to know. Calvin Gasper, there is a Kaldroi space battleship Raven in EVE Online. Interesting. Anonymous, that sounds like a fantastic way to never get promoted or even early retirement. There are so many ways in various things, organizations to have that. Militaries do have bureaucracy, sadly enough. And also, really, rankers get food first, and better food, or at least as good. Yes, well, usually a good captain will take notice of where the food's being eaten, and will sample all of it in turn, as will the first officer, to make sure it's getting its good quality. I don't know, my NCO is the person I answer to. I talk to my NCO. Only maybe it's different with the officers. Officers should talk to each other as well. Most sci-fi spaceship designs seem to ignore that there is no up. Yep. Jamie Parner. Oh god, why did it have to be Stingray? All I can see is phones and drawing. I don't know. I have difficulty understanding the idea of people trying to go around, under, through, or over the chain of command, because, hello, this is what we live or die by. You have... Yeah, some people get weird when chain of command. Abzati, you place a bridge on the top of the ship because the commanding officer is not supposed to see what's beneath through the windows. Simple. Yeah, I'm still placing in the middle of the ship. It's changed. I'm not sure when to Fractured Horizons. Probably just. Hopefully I haven't missed it too much. Let's answer some more questions quickly. Because Fractured Horizons is cool. This is an anti-James book. It's Savage Stars, Book 2. Sci-fi ships should be armed mobile bunkers with no windows. Some windows are nice. Bijan, still working through No Honor Death. Very good story. Need to finish it up and maybe reread. It is a good one. The Iron solved that problem by simply removing the conning tower on the basis that they tried removing the senior officers and the improvement in efficiency was very embarrassing. Mm-hmm. Jamie Peter, depends what they are designed for. Rapid like makes sense for Starfleet designing ships the way they do in Star Wars. Why is the CC of a starship, a Star Destroyer, so vulnerable exactly? Yes, why stick it on a pod up the top of the ship? Why? You've got a huge freaking big ship. And again, for Star Trek, I still do not understand the reason of having your CIC on the top. I know they have a lot of sort of logical reasons, but you actually have a ship which has a battle bridge in the center of it. If you're going to purpose that you need to have a second bridge because you're worried about the first bridge getting destroyed, and then you don't always use it, the first officer doesn't always go down there. That should be the moment that you have action stations, the first officer's first move should be to go to the battle bridge. If you have a battle bridge, you have survivability. That's what they should be doing. This is why I'm looking forward to next week and working through this book. Gordon Collins, hello. There are a few lines in one of the Halo books about it. The Common didn't get it either. The Vengeance. The alien warship Vengeance was parked on the western fringe of the Adamantine's base's enormous landing field. Surrounding the vessel's 1,200-meter length was hastily erected walls of lightweight metal sheeting to prevent ground-level observation of the activity concentrated on the spaceship. The Human Planetary Alliance was already deep in the... and neither the representation nor the military's high command were ready to deal with the consequences if the wider population got wind of the existence of an as-yet unencountered third species. The Daklan alone were more than the HPA could handle. Viewed from above, where the walls didn't reach, the Dark Ally vessel, with its angled plates of combat-scarred armor, gave the impression it was crouching low to the reinforced concrete, like a fierce predator waiting to pounce. In and around the spaceship, thousands of personnel swarmed, from maintenance crews to technical teams, weapons designers, and many other specialists. Each team had its own area of expertise. But the overriding goal was to unlock the secrets of the alien technology, in order that humanity could copy it and put it to use against the Daklan. In the 2 weeks since Captain Carl Recker brought the Vengeance back from the far planet Tariel, the work had continued ceaselessly. So far, the efforts had come up short. The spaceship was packing weapons, missiles, countermeasures, and other types unknown, but Wrecker's security clearance he'd obtained when first activating the air vessel didn't permit him to use them or even to learn their capabilities. It was frustrating for everyone. Meanwhile, the Daklan continued, whittling at the understrength human fleet, and only a few hours ago, news had come through that the aliens had knocked out the defensive fleet protecting a major terranium ore processing facility, a short lightspeed jump from Fortune, a planet with a population of 12 billion. Every day that went by, the risk data became less palatable, and it seemed inevitable that Daklan would soon locate a major HPA population center. What would happen after that didn't bear thinking about. High up and alone on one of the base's small passenger shuttles, Reckler studied the warship's aggressive lines and angles. With a mixed sense of yearning and anger, he knew it wasn't his spaceship, but damn it, he was the only one who could fly it. Unbelievably, he'd been only reluctantly included in the investigation, and in a fringe role. The HPA was at total war, and still the pettiness continued. Spotting something emerge from the back of an armoured transport vehicle, Wrecker adjusted the focus on the underside sensor and followed the progress of a 2-meter cube-shaped obliterator processing core as it floated on its own gravity propulsion towards Vengeance's forward boarding ramp. The core was a new design, built specifically to smash through encrypted data arrays, and had been brought from Earth on the battleship Sledgehammer, which had landed only an hour ago and then departed for Lustre, its destination known only to High Command. Wrecker had a feeling that the Obliterator Corps would be no more successful at extracting the warship's secrets than anything else the military had tried so far. What would happen afterwards, he had no idea. Just perhaps, Fleet Admiral Solon would. In the interest of the HPA, but an end to his own son's manipulation of Wrecker's career, it hadn't happened yet and didn't seem likely now. Realizing the situation was chewing him up, Wrecker turned off the autopilot and banked the shuttle towards one of the vacant landing pads in the built-up area of Adamantine. The base mainframe sent him a friendly reminder that the density of air traffic meant he should hand off control. Not wishing to pick an argument with a computer, Wrecker agreed and sat back while the mainframe guided him towards his destination. Although it had the benefit of precision, the flight control system didn't take risks. The return journey took a couple of minutes longer than if Wrecker had been flying in the shuttle on manual. During the flight, he reflected on the frustrating period. The military didn't have a warship for him, leaving him a man with no duties beyond the internal day-to-day activity of inbox maintenance and whatever busy work came his way. More than anything, Wrecker wanted to be out in space, fighting the enemy. When that opportunity would come again, he didn't know. It was beginning to feel like he'd been permanently sidelined, forgotten and left to moulder, despite his hard-fought victories at Etherol and Aldous. With the slightest thump from its compressing landing legs, the transport sat down, and Wrecker exited onto the landing pad. The overhead sun blazed, and the buildings which rose all round seemed to trap the heat and magnify it, making him feel an immediate prickling of sweat on his scalp. Halfway across the landing pad, the communicator in Wrecker's pocket started vibrating, whilst playing its irritating alert tune, which he never remembered to change. He dragged the device out of his pocket, flipped it open, and stared briefly at the words on the screen. Outer Admin 7, Sub 5, Room 12C, immediately, Teller. Admiral Teller had something for him. Whatever it was, Wrecker was sure it would significantly increase the chance of his death. Though in the circumstances, any change was welcome. He quickened his stride. Dirt Squad, for the Iron Brew Fund and the almighty logarithm. Thank you. That is something interesting, which I do think YouTube do factor these things into the logarithm now, of super chats and advertising and all the other stuff. Calvin Gaspard. Klingon ships are joked about their crew comfort, but they have blood wine and livestock to eat, and the bridge is inside, not on the top. Lionheart X-Ray, did you talk about the expense? They have some great ideas for starships in it. Not yet, but I think I am going to do TV programs, etc. at some point, and movies at some point. Once I can figure out how to get it to work and have enough computer with enough RAM operating XSplit that I can run videos simultaneously. So I can have a video running in that corner rather than just a slide. And I know exactly the rules of copyright on actually how much of the footage I'm allowed to use. So basically have a long chat with Jamie. Vision, Discovery was even worse than the old Star Trek when it comes to logical military naval uniform service world building. Designing a ship? Yeah, it'd be interesting. Jay Peter, good point about Riker. After the first couple of episodes, they hardly ever mentioned the battle bridge. Kind of a missed opportunity. You could have stopped the sentence at Dan old Star Trek. I think that was about the Discovery one. Jeff Miller, in May 1924, the Blackburn, I observed the formation of the Third Greek Republic. Jeremy Peter, the level of automation means that a starship should be able to fight on without a bridge. Better to target the super vulnerable nacelles and associated pilots. Yes, theoretically, it can still fight on, but again, the bridge is where your captain, and if you consider Starfleet doctrine, all your most senior, experienced command crew are literally in this one space. The people who make the tactical difference in a fight are all in one place. And it's exposed on the top of your ship! Okay, I can understand that in warships of the Royal Navy and in the World War One, World War Two, and this sort of period, because they need to be on the top of the ship, because they need to have a good view, because the primary sensor gathering information, the primary data gathering they have for the information is their eyes. But as radars and other systems and other viewing systems take over and join and provide sensory data and replace you needing to gather it directly with your eyes, you move into the CIC inside the ship. Inside the ship. Why? Because it's safer, because those people are critical to running and fighting your ship. Yet in Star Trek, apparently, even though there have been all these huge Earth wars and all these centuries of fighting and all sorts of things, they have forgotten this lesson. Yeah. That's good. I'm sure YouTube factor the super chats in, given they take a cut. It's only a small cut, but they do. Rapid Razor, Sledgehammer. Yes, for a battleship, that is a good name. I could get behind the Hammer class battleships. I'm variously thinking through the various forms of hammer that we could use. Hello, Melanie16040. And remember, people, please do start applying for the bilge pumps competition. I'm going to do a bit of a reminder of that at this point. Bilge pumps do have a competition running, and it would be good to have as many applications as possible. We've already had about 20 in. There are some very, very good ones. There are some, frankly, exceptional ones, and there are some which we love, but we're not sure how we're going to do, but we love, and we're going to figure it out. It's becoming more a problem of, well, theoretically we were only supposed to be going to take a couple, 2 or 4, and now we're looking and going, this could become quite a big ongoing thing. Benora, anyway, have we done any Warhammer 40k or are there any plans to it? Again, that would probably be in the third or even the fourth sci-fi one at some point this year. Benora. Right then. Money 64. I'd love to know how Hyper works in the series you're reading when I got here, please. Which series was that when you got here, Melanie 6040? Then I'll go back and have a look. It might not be done in this episode. It might be done in another, or it might be done in the Q&A session at the end of this. Aviator Enterprise. In my own headcanon, I consider the bridge on top as the flying bridge and the battle bridge as the true command center. True, but then why don't they ever move down to it? They thought going to the battle bridge would slow down Tory steering too much. Probably, but it mucks up reality. Jeff Beeler. On October 15th, the Blackburn observed a... Vision, Enterprise D even had a dedicated turbolifter battle bridge, making it even easier. Main engineering logical place for second command post. Works that way a bit in the Expanse. Hello, Yogi Khan. Right then, Destroyer. Now, I do enjoy this one. Prologue. The provisioning ship is early. It might not be a logistics command or merchant marine ship. It could be some a-hole from fleet coming out for another surprise inspection that'll slow us down for at least a month. An odd sentiment coming from a Starfleet captain. My rank is just a formality, Mr. Sifrit, Captain Ella Markham said. I'm no more a fleet officer than you are. Of course, Sifrit agreed, and McLeod through his tone indicated to believe otherwise. Ella didn't bother pursuing it. Her last name, while opening doors for her, was often a hindrance. People just assumed because her father was the CENTCOM chief of staff that she was a banner-waving, mindless patriot. The truth was that she was only interested in her research. And if the United Terran Federation military wanted to pay for it, she'd accept a commission from Fleet Research and Science Division and worry about looking like a hypocrite after she'd accomplished her goals. Her father was a soon-to-be extinct species. Centuries of peace shattered because idiots like him and the half-wit Earther starship captain couldn't ask questions before opening fire. This later tussle with yet another alien species would likely be found out to be another tragic misunderstanding, but at least something positive might come of it. Maybe the elected leadership might begin to realize that tighter oversight of the fleet was necessary. The Phage War, the Dashik conflict, the splintering off of the Eastern Star Alliance, they were all incidents that Ella knew could have been prevented if cooler, more rational people had been in key positions at the time. She knew for a fact that Jackson Wolfe had fired first on a phase ship before even a cursory attempt at communication by someone qualified could have been made. Celeste Wright and Ella's own father had dragged them into a conflict between the Dashik and the Ushan without fully understanding the dynamics. The needless death by the hands of a few trigger-happy officers was simply unacceptable. They're not responding to the standard comm laser request, Sifrit said. Shall I switch over to RF comms? Maintain comm silence, Ella said after a moment. They know the approach and they'll be within range of the visual docking beacon soon enough. Captain, the procedure states that we must have confirmed identification of inbound ship before allowing it to dock. Spare me the lecture about tedious paranoid fleet procedure, Mr. Sifrit, Ella sighed. This was why she hated Bridgewatch with a passion. Sifrit was nice enough, and he'd proven himself useful to her as a young virile male on a station awash with pudgy, middle-aged academics, but the poor bastard was a slave to doctrine. Sorry. This facility's very existence is highly classified, much less its exact location. If we have a ship on direct approach, it stands to reason they're authorized to be here. We'll follow procedure and maintain our own comm silence, and when they're within range, we'll try the comm laser again and attempt visual recognition of the ship type. AA, ma'am, Sifrit said, squirming with discomfort. The Feynman research outpost had been in heliocentric orbit within an unpopulated star system for better part of 30 years. They were tasked with pushing the boundaries of what humans knew of gravity manipulation. Much of Terran technology was based on found or recovered alien artifacts. At least the major advances like fast and light travel, and until recently, had been fairly stale field of study. Small advances were made as more powerful reactors were developed and more efficient field generators were designed, but there have been no major breakthroughs until the Phage War. Now, after being exposed to Varun and the mastery of the gravimetric forces, money and resources had been poured into the facility. The researchers at Feynman had quietly provided the CO Corporation the data and practical engineering necessary to implement the first reactionist drive, a system the all-power company now then perfected and was now installing into a whole new generation of Terran warships. Since then, the scientists of Feynman had moved on and were pursuing a weapon the Varun had exposed them to, a deployable gravity bomb. The term was a complete misnomer, but the short of it was that the fleet had been obsessed with the small munitions that had so effectively nullified the Phage's own reactionist drives, leaving them as easy prey for Terran missiles. The human scientists understood the basic principles involved, however they simply had no means to power such a device once it was disconnected from a starship's power plant. Those thermal signatures are all wrong, Sifrit said with a frown. This doesn't match up to any known ship class. I recommend we set the vents condition Bravo, ma'am. I think you're just a little overdramatic, Lieutenant, Ella said, pronouncing his rank as if it were an insult. Calm yourself and allow him to. Alarms began blaring and cut off as the rest of Ella's astonishment. She'd seen this particular alert before during the readiness drill she hated so much, but had never expected to have it go off for a real-world contingency. The klaxons and flashing red lights meant only one thing: imminent attack. Is it the ESA? She shouted. No, Separate said, frozen in. The computer is saying it's a match for a Darship cruiser. Ella, impossible, I breathed. Nobody knows where we are. Before Seafried could answer her, the alarms cut out suddenly, and the overhead lights began to flicker. On all the terminals, there were warning flashing about loss of main power and the status of backup systems as they came online. Already, she could feel the station's gravity was reducing under the emergency power system, and the bank of terminals that controlled the station's defense system winked out completely. What was that? She asked as the deck shuddered and loud clangs rang through the hull. Another ship we didn't see is just clamped onto our docking arm. We're being boarded. Quick, fire the drone! Ella hissed. Only you can. Right, she said, yanking out the key she wore around her neck on the bridge watches. She ran to a small control panel near the hatch and lifted a protective cover so she could cram the key into the slot. Her shaking hands make it necessary to try more than once. As soon as the key was turned, a large illuminated red button popped up from another access panel, with the word launch flashing in wide letters. Ella smacked the button and breathed a sigh of relief as she heard the point-to-point emergency comm drone blast free from its cradle that was only one deck above the bridge. The drone was updated in real time with the backups of the research data, as well as all the archives of the station's internal comm systems and telemetry feeds. Make a direct line flight back to CENTCOM HQ in the Delonge system. She switched the key back the opposite direction and grabbed the corded microphone for the station's PSM. This is Captain Ella Markham. We're being boarded by hostile forces. I've unlocked all small arms caches on every deck. Defend yourself as best you can. Shouldn't we be getting to the lifeboats, ma'am? Stefret asked as she tossed the microphone back onto the console. There's nowhere to go, Lieutenant, she said. Grab a weapon and get ready. And, yeah. It's fun. Lionheart X-Ray. Dr. Clark enjoying a story about Destroyer. Imagine that. Is that book 7? Yeah. I mean, it is mentioned in a technical manual that it can and would in certain circumstances be used as a second command and control center without source separation. But Jane Peter, Red Dwarf had an interesting design though. Its bridge, drive room, appears to be much more protected than usual sci-fi. Yes! The comedy has the decently designed bridge. On December the 30th, 1924, the Blackburn... Oh... Where is it? That's a nice bit of reverse sexism. Yeah, you know. Oh, God. There are now Inquisition to the cult of the Blackburn. I'm getting worried about this. Right. Back in a second, just going to close a window. Sorry. Just realised how cold it was getting. And I'd left the bathroom windows open for the plumber, so that when the plumber came in, it was all nicely aerated, and I didn't want to freeze my family tonight. Right now. I have to admit, whilst I've been reading sci-fis and reading history books quite a lot recently, I've been watching a lot of those tiny house programs on Netflix and Prime, because most of them seem to be American. There doesn't seem to be many British tiny home programs, and they're quite useful for ideas for my office. Vision. Captain Jellicoe should have used a battle bridge. Stick Data down there, and of course Riker in the brig. You'd have expected him to, yes. Only 6040. Was there really minutes gap in chat with nothing said? Not that long. Dota. I wish copying text message was possible on mobile. As not, I'll just have to settle for pestering you to scroll up for the companion to my hyper question so you can read it. Or someone else could copy it for me. Right then. Let's scroll up, Melanie. Melanie. That's something. The British tiny home is a narrowboat. A narrowboat is not as small as the office like it's going to be. I am scrolled up as high as I can go, Melanie, and I cannot see anything before your request of the hyperdrive, which... Let me see if I can go back and find anything anyway. Yeah, back in the days, I GM'd a pair of rogue droids who were sent out for a mission from the battleships Hell's Hammer like 40 years ago. They are still returning from mission. Well, eventually they might make it. How many times does someone target the bridge with some sci-fi nonsense and knocks out a command crew? Wouldn't happen if they weren't so exposed. Yes! Point. Greg Stacy, sledgehammer, jackhammer, brass hammer, hammer horror. There are a few other hammer options. You've just got the entire year scheduled and you haven't even realised it. Let's see. We've got the sound discussion, which frankly was sound over it was okay for most places. Thankfully. I am worried about how much of the Blackburn is going on in these conversations. Oh. Peter, better than life is freaking awesome. Mission. In Expanse, even in the CIC control deck, you can't see the whole cast in one shot. A lot of dialogue is through comms. Star Trek has avoided that explanation through having all the cast on the bridge. Yeah. Kingship. That's the other thing. Again, if you're going red alert and you are dealing with the sort of scenario which we're talking about in terms of space fighting, I would expect the crew to be either as they do in, quickly flick back to it, this one, drop into protective jelly-like pods that will preserve their life if the ship loses pressurization, or, as they do in this, put on suits that sort of give them some protection. It just seems silly they don't, because, again, you're having a fight in space. When I'm fighting on at sea in a war at the moment, you would put on flash gear to protect you from flash burns. It just seems absurd they don't do anything. Right on, Kingship. Book 2 of the 10-book series. Dirt Squad. Yeah, worried by how much Blackburn there is, or impressed? A bit of both. A bit of both, honestly. John Shea. Speaking of hyperdrives and warp drives, why on earth are they called so differently when pretty much they're the same thing? I think it's different physics behind that. You should read The Omega Force by Dalzelle. I think I've read bits of it. Are you sure you want to go to alert? It means changing the bulb. That's problematic. Aviator Enterprise. Just finished The Kingship last night. It's a good read. It is. Monday 1640. How about good old Honorverse skin suit? Again, that would be fine. Something. In Expanse, even the Razorback doesn't have a window. Like a submarine or even a space capsule like Apollo or New SpaceX. It's not useful unless you're a space plane. Yeah. Right on. Captain James Somerville, Duke of Beaufort, sat behind his desk in his briefing room, fighting back a yawn. He reached for another data file. Glancing at his hollow clock, he was startled to see he had come on board HMS Endeavour over 8 hours ago. After going through the official procedure of taking command, he had settled into his office and reviewed every piece of information he could find on his new ship. Officially classed as an exploration cruiser, she was still more powerful than his last command, the destroyer HMS Raptor. Endeavour boasted 2 extra missile tubes in each of her broadsides, and she had 3 plasma cannon turrets that were a caliber heavier than Raptor's. He'd also been happy to see Endeavour had been outfitted with 2 flak cannons. When she had begun construction, flak cannons had not been a part of her armament, yet the success of the flak cannons in the war with China had led to a hasty design change for all new Royal Navy space construction. Having just left the RSN shipyard Vulcan 2 months ago, Endeavour had benefited from this new design policy. Yay, flak cannons! Someone's been listening! Although this was published years ago. But bilge bumps! Flak cannons! Okay. Despite his tiredness, James was determined to continue working his way through the files, familiarize himself with the crew of a ship. If he stopped, his mind would only turn to Christine. It had been 6 days since her wedding tonight and was still all over the news outlets. The new Emperor and Empress of China were causing a sensation, not just in Britain and China, but all across the globe. Yet James wanted nothing to do with the whole affair. His emotions were still too raw. After spending months in the void fighting the Chinese fleet, he had dreamt of coming home to Christine. In the war, he had won glory for himself and redeemed his family name. And last, he had been in a position where he would have been considered worthy to make a proposal to the Princess of England. Instead, Christine had found herself with a choice between her heart and her duty, and James had lost out. He knew she had made the right decision. It was the only decision she could have made as a British princess. Nevertheless, it didn't ease his pain, and the sooner he was able to make Endeavour out on her maiden voyage, the better. With a stretch and another yawn, he reached over and tapped a button on his desk. Outside his office, a chime rang, alerting the waiting officer that she could enter. After reviewing the files on Endeavour, he had scheduled an interview with each of his senior officers. On his first command, the exploration ship Drake, he had made a bad start with his officers, something that had taken almost 2 years to remedy. He was determined to do things differently on Endeavour. The exploration cruiser had 4 commissioned officers to oversee the crew. Only 3 were currently on board, and James had not known any of them. He hoped the informal interviews would speed up the process of breaking down the barriers that always existed between a captain and his officers. Thankfully, he wouldn't need one with his 4th lieutenant when she came aboard. The most junior lieutenant position had been vacant when James had taken command, and he'd been delighted to see a file from Vulcan that included a request from Lieutenant Beckett to be assigned to Endeavour. She had been a sub-lieutenant on board his last 2 commands, Drake and Raptor. When James had been off enjoying some rest and relaxation in the South Pacific, she had taken a lieutenant's exam. James hadn't been surprised to see she had passed with flying colours. He had immediately approved her request and was looking forward to greeting her when she came on board. But now, though, he switched his focus to another female officer, one he didn't know what to make of. After discovering the void, the Admiralty decided to make a new position on all their exploration ships. Among the science community, there were all sorts of weird and wonderful theories about what was up there in the dark of space. Up until a year ago, a dark matter bubble, what the void was, had just been another one of these theories. James' discovery of one had sent the theorists into overdrive. Everyone was now wondering what else was out there. Presently, humans had only explored less than 100% of the galaxy. The possibilities were endless. In response to all this hype, the Admiralty had decided to appoint science officers to each of their survey ships. The science officers would command a small team of astrophysicists and analyze all the sensor data the ship collected. Yet they would remain outside the official chain of command, meaning the officer wouldn't hold any authority over the rest of the crew. As a result, James wasn't sure what he thought of the new position. As the door to his office alerted him that someone was about to enter, he stood to greet Lieutenant Rachel Scott. He'd already seen a picture of her from her personnel file, but as she walked in, he was still taken aback. She had long, thick blonde hair and bright green eyes that sparkled. Even though she looked nervous to be meeting her captain for the first time, she still gave off the air of confidence that reminded James how nervous he got when in the presence of a beautiful woman. As she came close, James held out his hand. "It's good to meet you, Lieutenant," he said with a smile. "There's no need to be nervous. This is just an informal meet and greet." "Thank you, sir," Rachel responded. "As you no doubt know, this is my first ship, so I'm still a little green." "That's okay," James said. "You'll pick things up quickly, so sit down. I want you to tell me a little about yourself." As he spoke, James sat himself and waved at a chair for Rachel to take. "Well, I don't know if you know this, sir, but we actually shared some classes together back at the academy." Surprised, James blurted out, "Really? Which ones?" Before he realised he was admitting he didn't remember her. "That's all right, sir. I didn't expect you to recognise me," Rachel said, when she saw the embarrassment on her captain's face. "We only shared some of the basic classes. I entered the academy because I wanted to join the Navy's astrophysics department. After taking first year, I pursued my degree in doctoral studies back on Earth." "Yes, I saw your degrees listed in your file," James said. "You seem to have done very well for yourself. May I ask, how did you end up aboard Endeavour? Forgive me for thinking about this, but I would imagine some of your skills would be more useful back on Earth, not spending months at a time on the outer edge of space." "Actually, I chose this assignment," Rachel replied. "To be honest, I always wanted to serve on a Navy ship. It was my father who pushed me into studying astrophysics. That's not to say I don't love my field of study, but I love space too. Endeavour will allow me to pursue both my loves. You maybe don't realise it, but Endeavour is kitted out with some high-tech labs and a state-of-the-art central computer. I can continue to work on my theoretical models aboard Endeavour." "And they won't get in the way of any of your duties?" James asked with a little concern. He had encountered enough scientists in the past to know that they got caught up in their studies. The rest of the world seemed to fade away. I hope not, sir. I realise that I have duties aboard Endeavour. They come first, of course. Though I'm sure you've been wondering what a science officer will be doing with themselves during extended cruises. Even when Endeavour is out mapping the unexplored dark matter, the majority of our sensor data will be of no interest scientifically. As I understand it, these science officer posts were designed to give young researchers field experience that will benefit them in the future, whilst also giving them the space to pursue their scientific studies. In fact, as part of my request to join Endeavour, I had to present a proposal on what areas of astrophysics I'll be researching. James wasn't sure he liked this answer any better. It was sounding more and more like Rachel was just going to be a passenger he or one of his officers would have to babysit. A Navy ship came with enough responsibilities for his officers without adding babysitting inexperienced officers to the list. To her credit, Rachel seemed to sense concern. If you don't mind my asking, sir, she began, but I get the impression you don't approve of the Admiralty's decision to post science officers to survey ships. James paused before he answered. He chose his words carefully as he didn't want to start off on the wrong foot. Rachel. I wouldn't say I don't approve. It's just I've spent more than 2 years aboard a survey frigate. I know how monotonous the daily routine can be. This is almost never anything of significance that comes up, especially something that would interest someone of your intellect. I'm just afraid you will get bored and have wasted your time aboard my ship. Rachel smiled, and when she did, James saw something else in her. Initial nervousness had been genuine, he was sure of that, yet now, behind this new smile, he saw a more confident woman, a woman who knew how to get what she wanted. It's funny you say that, she began, because I actually wanted to make a request. You already know how I wanted to join the Navy and serve in a ship. But what I didn't tell my father was that I wanted to command one someday. James almost laughed, but the earnestness in her voice caused him to forcibly suppress any such notion. Command? But you only studied a year at the academy. How do you expect the Admiralty to change you from science track to the command track? He asked instead. Rachel smiled, then that smile again, and James knew he would have to watch her closely. He trusted her motives, but she obviously skilled in getting what she wanted. Actually, that is where you come in. I know the Admiralty will never consider me for a command post without experience. I was hoping to convince you to allow me to command the occasional watch. I could relieve you or the first lieutenant, maybe once or twice a week. Of course, it would only be during watches where there was no potential danger, when we would be travelling through known shift passages, but over time, especially if we were assigned on to a longer survey mission, I could build up some command experience. In a few years, I could then request the transfer to a survey frigate as a second lieutenant. In time, I might be promoted to command one. I'm not deluded. I don't have any aspirations of commanding a warship, but maybe one day I could have my own survey frigate. James was taken aback. This wasn't exactly how he had expected this interview to go. He had been worried that he would have to babysit an untrained officer. Instead, he thought with a chuckle, he might have to watch his back in case she tried to steal his command from him. He was pleased, though. She obviously felt comfortable enough to open up with him. That was something James had noticed more and more since he returned to Earth just over a week ago. Almost everyone in Britain had grown up knowing his family name, and by association with his father. He knew that he had become almost notorious, yet after the discovery of the Void, especially the events that surrounded the Chinese attack on the Swedish colony ship, he had found himself a public figure in his own right. His brief association with the now Empress of China had added to that, of course. Since his return to Earth, he had found that many people already felt they knew him, and so were much more open. Turning his mind back to the problem at hand, James knew Rachel's request would fit in well with his plans, yet he also saw one major problem. Your aspirations are praiseworthy, but is there likely to be one issue that stands in your way? The Royal Space Navy is designed for war. Even our survey frigates are designed to have a role in times of war. My first commander, Drake, demonstrated that. Even with all the command experience you could get here on Endeavour, I'm not sure the Admiralty would see you as command material. You will still lack the tactical training the cadets at the Academy get. Rachel looked deflated by this comment, and so James held up a finger to hold her thoughts. However, I think I can help start you in the right direction. You may not like it, but it's the best I can do for you. Once we leave Earth, I plan to introduce a secondary watch using the auxiliary bridge. The secondary watch will be solely for training purposes. The idea is that sub-lieutenants who are off duty can take in turns manning the auxiliary bridge as if they were running their own watch. Some command the command consoles, while one of them acts as the officer of the watch commanding the ship. I also plan to make up some training scenarios for them to go through. I can't put you right in as the officer who commands the watch, as almost all the sub-lieutenants have more experience than you. However, I can put you into the rotation. You'll have to take your turn manning the command consoles, but you also get to command the watch. I'm sure you'll quickly pick up the necessary skills, and in time, depending on how you do it, I'll be able to consider allowing you to take some real watches on the bridge. In the meantime, you can review the tactical training cadets at the Academy and develop your skills as you man the tactical console on the mock bridge. How does that sound? Rachel hesitated for a second. James wasn't surprised. Joining the sub-lieutenants would be potentially embarrassing. She was older than them all, and at least technically her rank of science officer made her more senior than them. Joining would cause everyone on board to think less of her. Rank, a look of resolve set on her face. I'll do it, she said. Thank you for the opportunity, Captain. I won't let you down. I hope so too, James replied. As he was about to change the subject and ask Rachel about her studies, an alert from his desk notified him that someone on the bridge was trying to contact him. Opening the comm channel, he said, Yes, this is Captain. Captain, see Miss Mallory, the second lieutenant began. Orders have just arrived from Vulcan, sir. An encrypted data file is awaiting you at your command chair. Thank you, Lieutenant, James replied. I'll be up presently. Again, I would point out, that sounds like a very sensible thing to have a second bridge manned. Even if it is with the junior officers, it's a second bridge there in case of something going wrong. And you're going into space. There is a great potential of things going wrong. Just Pete, if you're Holmes made me crazy. If you're going to make your hero joke, you should get the use of the title consistent and correct. He was all over the place. He also keeps training between Britain and England, but we'll leave that to one side. His ships are good, and the battle scenes are fine. Ramrosa, I don't know if it means anything, but every time I try to find an excerpt for these books on YouTube, your Bruships keeps popping up. Glad to hear it. Ramrosa, recurring pattern, a lot of sci-fi that bugs me. If I live on or defend another planet, why do I give a insert colourful term here what someone in London, Washington, or Beijing think? This is a potential issue. Unless you have a large fleet and everyone's combined. Greg Starsky, you're now starting to worry me, but you're also making me laugh. So I'm not gonna say too much. Rosa, Instant Tilly is so fantastically awkward. I'm not sure. There was the scene in the latest Discovery, which was on Friday. The final last scene, and the most fearsome warriors we've seen in Starfleet history arrived. The Dot 2 droids. Let's be honest, those Dot 2s, what you've seen going around preparing the ship, armed with the knowledge of the sphere data, are probably the scariest warriors Starfleet has ever had fighting on it. I mean, let's be honest, Klingons look scary, but they always got flopped on their back. So Worf, can you rely on him? Data, an android, but he didn't like to kill anything if he could avoid it. So those Dot 2s, yes. Tilly looked appropriately in command, but the Dot 2s, we now know how they're getting back the ship, because let's be honest, there is nothing anyone has that's going to be able to beat a Dot 2. It's just going to go all nunchuck ninja droid on them. Let's go. Doc Clark, if third time is a charm, Dirt Squad has been so wonderful in trying to bring it back to give you another opportunity to view it in chat, though maybe you already know it? Let me see. Dirt Squad. Let's see if I can spot Dirt Squad. Has he emailed? He has included me in it. Blackburn was obviously bestowed omniscience on you, so I knew when I arrived. Oh, this one? Ah! Here, follow me. Just gotten the entire year scheduled and didn't even realise it, this one. Oh, yeah. That's coming through. I am slowly scheduling the entire year. I have to admit that. You know, the 4 random books are scheduled up till after March and actually uploaded and recorded. The whole point with changing to long patrols on Tuesdays is that I can start recording some of those well in advance. and start preparing some of those well in advance so I can have writing time and more research time. The reason I don't have videos do anything on the Saturdays is because those are traditionally my research days. Usually when I go to the archives, but I of course can't at the moment. So yeah, there is a reason behind the whole schedule of the week. That's something. That's good. Grace Arsky. Making you laugh is the point. That's good. Avian Empress, just an FYI, Doctor. We don't get Discovery on Netflix in the States. We have to pay for a horrible service to see it. So most of us have not seen season 3 yet. I am so sorry to you all. I get it every Friday. Usually, what's interesting is me and Drac, when we're on, because Jamie gets it later than we do. So when we are recording Bilge Pumps, me and Drac have the discussion, and Jamie's sitting there going, I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. I'm blocking you off. I'm blocking you off. It's fun times. Hello, Carl. The ominous one. Okay. But the hyper one, were they fighting? Where they were in a fight and deciding to chase? They were empty freighters. I'd like to know how the hyper works in the universe. I know which one you're talking about. You're talking about Siobhan. So you're talking about the Path of Duty, Chiffon Dunmore's, and I'm not sure quite the mechanics of that one. It's probably in the first book, so I'll go back and I'll get the first book out once I've gone through this one. That's good. We've discovered the Blackburn. Blackburn has been directing human development since the Stone Age. Oh my lord. Dan Freeman, as someone who would probably end up as a science medical officer, I would expect that one could do the training to be an officer of the watch and might be a division officer. That would seem sensible. Dan Freeman, equally, a professionally qualified officer may only do the equivalent of the Vickers course, which is basically to try to not make you too much of an embarrassment in uniform. Yeah. Money 64. Eric Fling one. No, it's the Eric Thomson one. Yeah, Siobhan. Dunmoore. Right then. So, the voyage home. Sarah stared in wonder as she gazed upon her homeworld. It was beautiful. There were vast blue oceans with white clouds swirling across them. Breaking up the oceans were marvelous green land masses, and the greens were vibrant. Most of the planets she had visited looked the same from orbit. Earth didn't. She could see various shades of green, denoting what she guessed were varied habitats. Here and there she could see what must be deserts and then high mountain ranges. Earth had it all. It was beautiful. It was also approaching fast. Sarah gritted her teeth as her body shook violently. Alexandra had warned her that re-entry would be rough. She hadn't warned her just how rough. Though her view screen, she caught one last glimpse of the massive shipyard that was in orbit around Earth. Quickly, the heat from the friction of Earth's atmosphere caused her view screen to go opaque. The material was designed to harden the protector from the heat. She was lying in a small, oval vessel Alexandra had designed. With Jake's help, they had made it to Earth within a month of leaving Various. Earth and the other 4 human colonies had been deleted from the galactic map. Yet the Elders couldn't make a planet disappear. Jake had been able to give Alexandra a close estimate of Earth's coordinates. Alexandra had done the rest. She had analysed the movements of the stars in the area and found an anomaly. There was a gravitational source in the area that wasn't marked on the Elders' galactic map. It had been the Sol system. Getting the Sol had been the easy part. Jake had warned them Earth was some kind of Elder military base. He hadn't been wrong. As soon as Sarah had brought Destiny close enough to get a look into the system, she had reversed course. There were 4 Elder cruisers and 10 frigates in the system. On top of that, there was a massive Elder station in orbit. Alexandra had identified it as a shipyard. She had thought Elder shipyards were only built around Elder homeworlds, yet Earth had one. It explained all the warships in orbit, and the efforts taken to hide Earth. With no way of sneaking Destiny into the system, Alexandra had come up with another idea. She had designed and built the pod Sarah was in. Supposedly, it was all but invisible to Elder sensors. At best, it would look like a small meteor and wouldn't set off any alarms. In fact, that was what Alexandra was hoping for. 16 hours ago, Alexandra had shot the pod out of one of Destiny's missile tubes. The pod had flown through the Sol system on a ballistic course. Now, just before it finished passing through the Earth's atmosphere, the pod fired its deceleration boosters. Without any warning, Sarah was flung back in her restraints. Then, almost as quickly as it began, the thrust from the boosters vanished. They had done enough to slow the pod's descent. The excess heat would attract some attention, but if an Elder investigated and backtracked the sensor readings on the pod, they would only see a small meteor. They would hopefully conclude the heat was from the meteor building up in the Earth's atmosphere. As the view screen became transparent again, Sarah's excitement rapidly grew. She was through the atmosphere. She could see her homeworld. There were mountains in the distance, and below her was forest. It became bigger and bigger, to the point where she could make out individual trees. Looking beyond the forest, she could see some cultivated land. Nestled in the middle of it, she could see a house. That's my target, Sarah said to herself. They had argued for almost a whole day over who would go. Divar and Alexandra wanted Jake to go. He knew Earth. He could make contact with Resistance easier. In the end, as usual, Sarah had won out. She had refused to back down. She had travelled half the length of the Orion Arm to get to her homeworld. If anyone was going to surface, it was her. Alexandra had targeted the pod to come down in an agricultural area, just west of one of the main cities. Jake had said the city was the administrative capital of the Elders' occupation, a place called Washington. In order to reach the Resistance, she needed to find a safe contact. Jake had said a small farm was the best. The farmers had little contact with the Elders, who kept themselves to the city. They would be able to hide her, and maybe even be willing to help her contact the Resistance. At the very least, they should be able to help her get into Washington unnoticed. This is a good book. As the ground rose up to meet her, Sarah braced herself. Just before impact, the pod released 3 parachutes. The sudden deceleration caused by their opening jerked Sarah's neck back. Then, just moments later, the pod struck the ground. If it wasn't for her straits, Sarah knew she would have struck her head and probably blacked out. As it was, the force of the impact threw her into restraints and knocked the wind out of her. Her insides felt like they had been whizzed up in a blending machine by all the forces that had been jostling her. A cracking sound informed her the pod's hatch was opening. Still disorientated, she covered her eyes as sunlight came streaming in. They had grown accustomed to the blackness of space over the last 12 hours. She cracked them open and then waited for them to get used to their new environment. Once she was satisfied she could see, she reached up and released her restraints. As she stepped out of the pod, Sarah looked up at the sun. It looked to be just past midday. Jake had told her as much as he could about her homeworld. They had planned for Sarah to have a good 8 hours of daylight. She needed to find a suitable farm or shelter to pass the night. Noise from the pod made her jump away from it. 2 compartments opened up, revealing 2 drills. The pod dug into the ground it landed on. Within a minute, the pod had disappeared from sight. As it went deeper and deeper into the ground, it backfilled the hole it was making by releasing the fresh soil that dug in up. Soon there was almost no sign of the pod. Well, there's no turning back now, Sarah thought. There was a very real chance her mission was a one-way mission, at least for the foreseeable future. She had loathed the thought of leaving Alexandria, yet it was a price she had to pay to see her homeworld and to try to help her people. Though Earth had a small orbital industry, with mining operations in the asteroid fields dotted the outer edge of the system, there were very few ships that traversed the solar system, at least few human ships. The system was alive with elder ships as they ferried in resources for the shipyard in orbit. Alexandra had estimated there were 4 ships currently under construction within the giant yard, though she said it could produce many more. 4 was enough. The amount of elder ships moving through the system made it almost all but impossible for Sarah to sneak out. Someone would see her and challenge her. She would also have to steal a freighter or something, and that in itself would likely prove impossible. It was possible the Resistance had another ship they could use, as they had done when her mother had arranged Sarah's escape from Earth. Yet the possibility seemed slim. Either way, it was a problem for the future. She had a task to do now. It's a good book. Nice nickname. You were half right, and that was good. Mm. Okay. Carl, what Battlestar Galactica is on the list? I'm talking the original series. Potentially, but again, as I've said, I've got these 2 books and 2 more on order, but I've got none on Battlestar Galactica and none on their ship's design. This is for next week's. On anything else. So if you have any recommendations for Honorverse or anything Battlestar Galactica on ship design books, that is books that I can use in a sort of adult discussion of them, please do send them through to me. I might well order some. Loki 1392. Speaking of hi, they're just listening on my walk home from work. Thanks for the great content. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't managed to see Lower Decks yet, so that's something. I haven't managed to watch that. Come on, Jeff Pete. As if that Doc Dentist is going to be saluting and holding a gun at the same time. Don't joke about that, Jess. Do not joke. There have been some stories. Chris Southgate, from memory, jump bubble with very limited sensor range. You need to calculate likely position and hope you are close enough to detect target. That's pretty much, I think, it. Let me go through. Let's go to Siobhan. No honor and death. Yep, that's exactly it. Chris Southgate, you're exactly right. It is a jump bubble with very limited sensor range. You need to calculate likely position and hope you are close enough to detect target. Basically, you use the data and you jump between points and hope you don't hit any gravitational masses on the way. Vision, Disco popped up in my asthma menus when going to watch the Expand. Read that they had signed a deal. Lower Deck's a lot of fun. Disco, not so much. Picard's, you see, the thing is, I actually liked Picard. But I wasn't treating it as Star Trek. I was treating it as a story of Picard. And I always liked Picard as a character. Because I could naturally understand any kind of France, which ended up being so dominated by Britain because of, well, basically Britain being so amazing, that they now were speaking perfect English. That made perfect sense to me, that, Picard could speak English with an upper-class English accent and cute pronunciation as if he's Queen Elizabeth's time. Queen Elizabeth I I'm talking about. That seemed perfectly normal to me. Mm-hmm. Dan Hoon, really, really happy to lend some Haynes books and other bits and bobs. Tempting, but as said, I'm trying to get big design books because I've got lots of individual ship books for the warships of Earth, and the trouble is, it's like this one, going through it and going, right then, what ships am I looking for that I need to sort of compare and construct with? Well, definitely not the Naboo cruiser. I'm not sure about the Invisible Hand. I don't really consider that a capital ship, as a sort of we'd sort of that. And the Techno Union ships, I'm not really sure about. But I'm probably going to be talking about the Venator class, which are page 78, because they're probably my favourite Star Destroyer of the entire movies. They are also the only one which makes sense. I have a massive spaceship. Yes, I will carry missiles, guns, and fighters. The fighters will actually be decent. Yes, I have this, which I am not quite sure about. It's very cool, but it does seem a bit nonsensical. And I have my command center up here. Why? But I can work with this as something to talk about ship design going forward. Even this I can work with, although I would call it a sloop. However, the thing in here which has the name cruiser... No, not the royal ship. It's the next one along. No, that's that. You could know. Ugh, no. Again, they could do with having a few of the folding pages in this book. Naboo Starfighter. Lovely, I don't want the Starfighter. Ah, yes, the Naboo Cruiser. That is not a cruiser. That is a yacht. Not a cruiser. This is the trouble. That is a capital ship as you'd expect to see in space. Half battleship, half aircraft carrier. It makes sense. Plus, amphibious ship. Because a whole load of troops carried. It makes sense. Yee. Also, to be honest, this makes sense, the droid gunship as well, but we'll leave that to one side. Hi, good guy. Classic BSG technical website. I agree, the technical website is good, but I'm looking for a book because, of course, we are technically book themed, and it's not really fair to compare websites of one with books of the other. Is it an instantaneous jump or more like Universe? Increased travel rate type. Increased travel rate type. Vision. As an American, I'd be happy to write to Congress and member to add to my congressman as annex the UK as 4 new states. Who says that would add to the sensitivities of either nation that well? Chris sounds like Picard is fake. He claims to have no knowledge of ladies. No Frenchman would say that. No Frenchman would say that. There again, perhaps this is a really, really topsy-turvy world. Or, as you can say, it's not just the British accent and the British English which has taken over France, but also the British way of being, completely oblivious to everything else going on around them. I still say that the Venture is undergunned. I agree. I think they could have more power, and I think they could be more. They could be upgunned. Just B. I don't know the Invisible Hand. Was it built by Economists? Economists? Yes. Something. Dan Freeman, think more motor cruiser like a royal yacht? Yes, that's why I call it a yacht, not a cruiser. Don't worry, I have got the link, right, and it's a lovely site, as I said. It is a lovely site. I have got a link, I've got it up on the screen, but I can't really be fair and use a website for one and a book for the other. Kangan, tea, not only just tea, but tea hot. There is a reason for that. I'm reckoning the dominant tea on Star Trek spaceships, on Federation spaceships, is the kind of sweet tea you get in America, which is served cold. And I'm reckoning, I draw this from the idea from the fact that in DS9, root beer is what Quark compares the Federation to. And I don't even like root beer. But that might be because I like Iron Brew. And you only have room, perhaps humans only have room in their life for one quintessential drink that is different than all the others. Karagosowski, I don't think there's any reason to suppose Picard can't speak French. Just long as lifelong Starfleet also, he's perfectly fluent in Federation sound and prefers it. I agree, but he's perfectly it's with a British accent. Everyone else speaks with an American accent, who's the English, but there's Picard with his beautiful English accent. I disagree. The Frenchmen who are interested in other Frenchmen would say they have no clue. Oh, trust me, those Frenchmen would definitely say they had they understood women. That's good. I'm dyslexic and misread that drink as tea. What next? Eating. I'm not going to go there. That's on tea, hot, Earl Grey. Yes. And that is why I know, because I know what my girlfriend's favourite tea and drink is, I know that she is secretly a Trekkie. She might not have ever admitted it to me, but I know she is because that way that describes her favourite tea. And Worf drinking prune juice. We will not get into Worf drinking prune juice. All we can say is that man must be very regular. Mm. Callum Gosford, that conversation with Garrick and Quark about root beer is classic. It is. It is insidious. Insidious. Rapid like, tell Wolf what he can drink, I dare you. I would. Because here is the thing. If I was telling Wolf what he could drink, I wouldn't be in the Enterprise. If I'm telling Wolf what he could drink, I'm in one of these. I'd have a chance against an Enterprise in one of these. Mainly because, and this sounds terrible, but it's true. I can't find the clones. Yes, I might have some of these aboard, and just dropping one of those on an Enterprise, even if it doesn't actually, have any troops in it, is going to cause a lot of problems. That's basically my entire plan, because Worf is, if he's wandering around, is going along in... Let's see. Which page, which Enterprise? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, but I don't think the other book has arrived yet. This is 2151 to 2293. So this isn't... The other one hasn't arrived yet, and that's the one I've got on order. Is the one which comes after this. Yeesh. Although, to be fair... It does have the Discovery in it, which is pretty darn massive. But... You can tell these are the new books. And the Shenzhou, Celsior... And it had the most recent book shipping it has is the Enterprise B, the NCC 1701B. Which does look cute. Mission, Nichelle in Star Trek had a Chinese-British accent. Dan, aren't Klingons going to have a protein-rich diet? I'm thinking the scene in X-Men Origins, Wolverine with Deadpool in the elevator. Potentially. This one. You have a chance against the Enterprise, sure, but I'm not sure you are taking into account an angry Worf serving a photon torpedo over to you. And I do realise the shield issues, but I think the shields could do okay, at least long enough for me to launch a whole lot of fighters. And that's the thing. If I was dealing with the Enterprise, it would be a case of, here are a whole load of fighters. And as many experiences of anyone watching Star Trek have shown, they tend to be terrible at dealing with a mass attack by smaller craft. And surfing a photon torpedo over to me, I would keep myself in hyperspace. Grace tells you, perhaps young Picard led a lot of humbler and thus worked to perfect a British accent when he learned English. Explain his fascination with Age of Sail RN. Yes, if that could be worked into the character, that would explain it. And Star Wars destroyers are bigger, kilometers long. Yes, they are. Pretty big, and they have powerful shields as well. It's a different shield tech. Vision, disco ship scales don't match with the original series, Next Generation, DS9, and Voyager. They throw Star Trek canon out with Discovery, and they have reinvented quite a lot of things. I think they're trying with Star Trek to do what Disney have done with Marvel, and are now doing with various other branches, including Star Wars. Roberts, tabletop fictional ships. You magically end up in World War I or World War II. You're now in charge of a small task force that engaged in enemy. One ships on both sides are now their tabletop equals. What ships fight? Richard, you're going to have to give more information on that. Because which tabletop fictional ships? You magically end up in World War I or World War II. Okay, that's fine. You're now in charge of a small task force that's engaged an enemy one. Okay, so let's say I'm British. Let's say World War One. Ships on both sides are now their tabletop equals. What ships fight? Well, presumably ships fight each other, but if I've got... Hopefully... What ships would I want to fight? I would have to say, if I was in World War II, I want HMS Revenge. I would want the second R-class battlecruiser that had been upgraded in the interwar period. So I'd have Renown, Revenge, and Revenge upgraded, and then Repulse. Repulse, of course, probably still goes back, might still go down with the good old Prince of Wales. But here's the thing: if you have HMS Revenge around earlier in the war, so you have a fourth battlecruiser in the RN, that means you probably have Revenge with Repulse along with Nelson and Rodney to hunt down Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Now, Repulse alone wouldn't be sent forward to hunt down Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, even though cruisers and her could have kept up. But, as Drax said earlier on his dry dock, but if you'd had Revenge as well, that would have been an interesting scenario. That would have been a scenario which could have caused them a lot of problems, because two 15-inch, one of them upgraded, battle cruisers coming up on Scharnhorst and Gneisenau in concert with cruisers, that would have definitely caused damage and might well have slowed them down enough that, or sunk them. But if they just slowed them down, then there's Nelson and Rodney coming up to go, "Hello! We are here to give you Admiral Toby's warm and welcoming embrace." Very warm and very welcoming embrace. Well, no, I would still take a 40k battleship over these. Heck, a Dauntless light cruiser might do it. It might do, but it'd be interesting to look at, considering. Dirt Squad, do you really think hyperspace is going to stop Worf defending his honor? I think his photon torpedo will run out of power at some point. Vision, Trek Yards on YouTube went over disco ships, scales way off. Many ships are the size of Enterprise D in the pre-TLC era of the show. Well, Enterprise D isn't... Enterprise is never listed as necessarily the biggest ship in the fleet. And in fact, honestly, there are reasons it wouldn't be. For example, my capital ship might be my battleship, but the battleship might not necessarily be my biggest ship in my fleet. My aircraft carrier or my assault carrier could be bigger. My ship, which is basically a freighter, could possibly be bigger. But there again, and especially with a exploration navy, I wouldn't be surprised if my flagship is one of my cruisers, which would be a medium-sized, maybe upper medium-sized ship. So it'd be bigger than many ships, but wouldn't be bigger than the battleships and maybe even the bigger ships than that. Darren Freeman, Richard, Dr. Clark would automatically find a game that allows him to take a pack of tribals. Well, again, I wouldn't was just not going to point this out, but the destroyers, one of the flotillas of destroyers Tovey has with him when hunting down Scharnhorst and Gneisenau was actually a tribal class destroyer flotilla. So you'd had a flotilla of them, 4 town class, well, hang on, is it 4 or 3? 3, I think, actually, town class cruisers, and 2 R class battle cruisers. I'm not sure what would have happened to Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, but if they'd still been around by the time the second flotilla of destroyers, the 2 other cruisers, and Nelson and Rodney arrived, then there wouldn't have been a fun time for them. Chris Housey, talking Picard, have you seen a song Data and Picard by Pogo on YouTube? No. Your favourites and least favourites. Ooh. If we're talking my favourites, as I said, Tribals, always going to be up there, but I have to say my favourite fictional ships, and I'm calling them fictional only loosely because they were on paper but not actually ever built, was the L-90s, the plan that Henderson had for destroyers after the Tribals. I honestly think, and this is one of the interesting things, because they could have been if they had been built in 37, 38, they had been launched 39 and 40, so they were in service at the beginning of World War II. And I was very interested in Discord because Drac was echoing something which I've been thinking about because I've been looking over a chapter in my book. And he was talking about because he was asked a question, what would there be in the impact on World War II? And honestly, I think if the British had those, especially with their 4.5-inch guns, and they were going to get the same 4.5-inch guns which were later fitted to the battle class, but they're going to be fitted at a time when Britain had ability to do surplus production and actually range up production. I have a feeling there would have been a very different scenario. I think for starters, the 4.5-inch gun would have been standardized for the warships, for the destroyers, that much quicker because they'd have already had the production in there and being used to putting it on. And I think those 2 flotillas of large destroyers, along with the Tribals, would have probably done a merry massacring job on most things that gone up against them. Mm-hmm. Ristana, Company Wars Fleet Carrier, 4 battle riders each side to reduce the planet to the Stone Age. Sheesh. Vision. Calvin timeline is a parallel universe, so that frees you up from Canon. Was a good move, but they claim Disco is Prime Universe. It is a bit fun time. I'd prefer to say Disco as Kelvin timeline. I would say that would fit more. Most interesting deflector shields in sci-fi are the Langston field generators from the Moat in God's Eye by Niven and Puma. I had to look that up. Hey, Melanie, you've managed to get an actual URL into the chat. Must like you. For sure, any tabletop game like Warhammer, like, oh, sorry, my phone is derpy. Dropped him too many times. Oh, any Warhammer. Oh, good lord. Seriously, if I turned up with Warhammer Force in World War I or World War II, there wouldn't be any flinking anywhere to get left. Just let me have my lovely Iron Wolves, and there'll be no one fighting left. I will take out the entire of the. People always consider me strange with my Space Marines, and they said my colorings were. I always played them as normal Space Marines, but their colorings and the way I painted them was far closer to Chaos Marines, apparently, and I said that's because they are the masters of the dark arts of the Iron Wars. And also, I said, well, why can't I have painted them slightly different colours? Caused a few arguments. Dan, I want the F3 battle cruisers, and for them and the hood to all be able to get updated into all like Warspite and Renown. That'd be nice. I just have my own headcanon that is Star Trek, and then everything else is just not Star Trek, but fine sci-fi in and of itself. Dan Sword. Nelson and Rodney, let us introduce you to our Lord and Saviour, the Mark 1 BL 16-inch gun. Yes, there are now 18 of those in your close proximity. Hello! Along with 16 15-inch guns. Hello! All waving at you, and you've got 11-inch. Do you want to cry now? Carl Gannon. Enterprise D was the flagship when she served. No, it won't let me show your good George Geo Guy 001. For some reason, it doesn't like me to let it to show your URLs. I do not know why. I can't release your comments either, and neither can Dan Freeman. I tried. All yours, Jeff Beal, apparently. YouTube just doesn't like you. I don't know why. In Disco, when they introduced the Enterprise, they blow up at scale 2 to match the other Starfleet ships, including Discovery. Cool. It makes sense to an extent. They also added in something else, which was a whole load of fighters, which we never before seen, and small ships in Enterprise, but makes sense, because if you're going everywhere, you need to be your own fleet. Turning up and going, I've got 6 shuttles. Why? You're going to be the only starship in the freaking system. What is the point in building something so massive and then not giving you enough shuttles and fighters and things that actually go out and do stuff? It's just not necessary. Darren, can you tell Drac about the eBay photo? Let me just see if he's watched in the chat. I think he is. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jamie, for your tweet. Ryan. Why wouldn't it let me place your Allan? It's being nasty. I don't know why. Barbarossa, I find it interesting that Bismarck and Turbis had to be hunted to the ends of the earth, but the Axis had no such vendettas. I think the Axis did actually have vendettas. You know, Warspite is and Ark Royal are certainly constantly getting sunk and attacked and everything that's aimed at them. But I just don't think they make as big a thing of it because it doesn't get made into movies after the war's over. Retro. Dumbest naval force that you've ever seen in fiction. Naval used loosely as icy space like a blend of air and submarine tactics. Okay. Dumbest naval force I've ever seen in action. So many. The dumbest one, though, has to go to... And I haven't seen this in action. It's something I've read. Goes to something which I did consider putting, because when I did the first episode of Bruships, there was a book I put in there, which I was considering talking about, but basically I was planning on slamming because it's just so terrible. And I decided not to because my tendency is to avoid things. if I don't like them that much, because I don't see the point in being nasty. And it would have been nasty for being nasty's sake. And that is Starfighter Rising series, because the tactics are just absurd. And Freeman, thank you. The tactics are literally the tactics they're using. You're sort of going. They've taken an entire heavy cruiser inside of an asteroid field. They have apparently got really, really good fighters, and yet they take the entire heavy cruiser inside an asteroid field. Hang on, I have a really elite, 3 squadrons of really elite fighters. But you know what? I'm going to take my large, very expensive ship into the asteroid field itself, rather than keeping it outside the asteroid field, just sending in the fighters and blasting anything that causes them trouble from outside the asteroid field. That would make sense. But no. They're like that sometimes. Mm-hmm. That's not, okay. You just got extra points, Mum. She's a dog lady, so Space Wolf's just got her a huge smile on her face. Well, of course. Which ones would I be, other than you've seen my dogs? It's always going to be the doggy ones. And speaking of wolves, they actually know someone who actually has a wolf as their pet, and I'm talking about a real wolf. And they have it because it was completely. They're from one of the countries in Northern Europe which still has wolves. And I think they come across the border from Russia. Anyway, they found this little puppy, and they were British living there for a few years, and they didn't realize what it was. They just found a puppy in the snow which had been abandoned, and so they looked after it. And they were, because it was such heavy snow and everything, they just looked after the dog, and eventually they took it to the vets a few months later, and the vet went, "This is a wolf." I went, oh. Anyway, they got it registered, so it's technically a dog. It's considered a dog for their reasons, and it's lived with them ever since. And it's now about 10, 11 years old. I think it might have some dog in it. I'm not sure. That I don't think it's a full wolf, if that makes sense. But I'm not 100% sure on that sort of thing. But all I know is it's a wolf, and they have it, and it's a lovely animal. It's also the only one I know which sort of Ethan, the fluffy researchers, just sort of look at each other when they see each other in the pub, which tells you how long it is since I've seen them, because I'm not going to the pubs. And they sort of go side eye, because they're both usually quite some of the biggest dogs in the room, and they're going, "Yeah, we'll accept you." Vision, my issue with Disco is that with The Expanse, Mandalorian, Orville, Star Wars, Clone Wars, Rebels, Lurdex, I have much better and more fun sci-fi to watch than Star Trek, than new Star Trek. Lurdex is included. Yeah, but the thing I like about Discovery is the options it opens up. That's good. I always thought that the Star Wars Death Star super laser was a waste. That much mass in a relatively close orbit to a planet is going to cause all kinds of disasters anyway. Well, basically, it's adding a second moon. And also, I would then add Star Wars. Okay. As said. This I like. It makes sense as a combat vessel. I might want to grow it in size, but I like it. I might also want to put the command hubs and everything inside, but that's life. But let's see, 136. This. Okay, A, you've given it terrible fighters. You've had a whole generation of decent fighters, and now you're having a TIE fighter? What happened to you? Secondly, where are all the defensive batteries to deal with fighters? If you're going to give it terrible fighters, at least give it some good anti-fighter batteries. Thirdly, and I cannot overstate this anymore, why again are you sticking the freaking command people up here? At least in the Venators you have two, so if one gets taken out, the other one can still be in charge. Why? There are just so many things wrong with this. Don't get me started on the Tarkin Doctrine. The Tarkin Doctrine is just terrible. Terrible. I'm going to have a massive, great big thing. No. Thrawn is right. You have deployable forces. If you look at it, there is a reason why the British always go the way they are. There's a reason the Americans go the way they are. There's a reason why militaries, when you're looking at them, when they have to deal with the scenario, they actually tend to not go towards having the overmighty, massive thing. That's politicians who usually push that because they think it's cheaper and it's more... You want dispersed capabilities you can bring together or tailor to the scenario. Richard Order seems akin to sending Enterprise into icebergs to use its small guns. Bingo! Jeff Beeler, I presume that's against the heavy cruiser from the asteroids. It just doesn't make sense. Joe Guy, in the novel Footfall, humans built an Orion-type spacecraft, atom bomb propulsion, in Birmingham Navy Yard, and put the gun turrets from the battleship New Jersey on it. That could be interesting. Fine. Back in a second. This one is simple. Drunk a lot of iron brew. Right, so I'll keep going for at least another 15 or so minutes, then I will go off and get my tea, because I haven't seen it so far this evening. Dan Freeman, I know someone who had a pet wolf in Dorset. I believe they can work as a pet if domesticated from young enough age. Yeah. And then they say to this is a wolf. Is that a problem? It was an interesting conversation I've heard with the vet. Common management, read Death Star. Whilst most Star Wars space battles are literally World War II naval air and dog ranges due to Iwa, Death Stars are lunar Earth ranged. Richard Order. Some wolves have bred with wolves in Alaska and Canada. I've seen. True. Coyotes too in Canada. Dogs have, yeah. So Thomson, Mum. That story reminded me of her muff here. He was one of those from the Allan Park. Jax freaked when Mum brought him home. Oh, cool. I only have one vet friend. I think she'll be saying it's a wolf while cuddling it with a face deep in the fur. Yes, pretty much. The Federation didn't think in fighters up till the DS9 and the Dominion War. Yeah, finally they suddenly started thinking about fighters. Vision. Star Trek not having starfighters makes sense since most hard sci-fi sees small man ships as being useless based on real science. Big ships better. Yeah, but actual fighting says small ships quite useful. Also, the thing is, again, you've got a spaceship, so let's consider this. A single person fighter in a spacecraft, in a space scenario, might be actually quite a large aircraft, quite a large ship by Earth's fighter standards. We might be talking a single person fighter could be the size, I don't know, of a B-1 bomber or bigger. But the fact is that it doesn't so much matter because, again, how big is the spaceship it's launching from? And how maneuverable are they? It's great to see you go full nerd. Oh, yes. Downstream, NCC 1701 is somewhat between a town class and a Cleveland class. Somewhat. Richard Orton, just so as I don't know much about this topic. I'm just here to ask stupid questions, learn, and drop an occasional dumb comment. Happy to be included. Thanks for putting up with me. There is no such thing as a stupid question. And I will add this in now because there's been some points sort of recently. Reading some comments, and a very nice Felix, I'm not sure if he's watching, has actually been responding to someone who made the comments, and that's very kind of Felix, so say thank you to Felix B for that. As I've said before, I run these like I run seminars. So occasionally there's a bit of random discussion. The lives are like seminars, the recorded videos are like lectures. And I realize some people prefer the pure naval history stuff that you get in the lectures on the recorded videos. That's good, but that's why I do those videos, for those people. There are some people who like the lives where you have a more discursive style. Might have a bit of me talking about me and a bit of me talking and answering questions and that sort of thing. That's also good. And some people like both. That's great. But some of the comments I got recently have been quite funny in that I had one which said, "Oh, you're so like a university lecturer." That's what I am. 2, you're not. If you want to get more viewers, you need to be pure like Drac is. Well, Drac's my friend. B, we have different styles, but that's a good thing. And C, again, if you want the pure stuff, that's what the recorded videos are for. And finally, and here is the very big thing, and the thing I enjoy most of all. And I get this comment that I said to me recently: you spend too much time discussing books. That was actually a comment on a Bruships episode. And when I resisted the urge to write back and go, you do realize the whole point of Bruships is to discuss books. The person then deleted the comment, but I've still got it. So I think possibly they watched half an episode, commented on it, and then they went and watched more of those and realized what they'd said and went back and deleted it. But then you can get away most fighter scenes with cockpit and tactical display screens, which are reusable. Yeah. Vision. Star Trek is or was more Age of Sail than World War II in ships and missions. Yeah, it was. I'm sure they were placed there so they could visually sight targets when necessary. In battle, no centralized sensor beat, however, dispersed Mark 1 Model 0 display arrays and bonus redundancies. We can always hope. According to my Haynes manual on the Death Star, it was 120 kilometers diameter, and while not giving a weight mass, had over 1 million kilotons of cargo capacity. Cool. Avian Enterprise, the more grounded or hard sci-fi fighters won't work too well based on orbital mechanics for them to be effective, and movable would require a lot of power and fuel to power it. By any chance, don't take this the wrong way, but my theory is any science in which you're evolving fast and light travel has managed to get sufficiently power fuel and sufficiently powerful engines to actually make fighters work. This is the point. If you've got impulse engines, if you've got warp drive, if you've got hyperdrive and all the others, and the gravimetric thrusters, which you have in various things, it would seem sensible that you could have fighters work. Would seem sensible, I said. Not necessarily, but it would seem. Well, by story logic, it was fair that Space Axis, TIE fighters were based on Zeros and X-Wings, weren't they? Had bad flak on their ships, just like real Axis. The thing is, the Germans and the Italians didn't have bad flak on their ships. And the Japanese had the 25mm because they actually ended up going to war a year earlier than they really should have done, because they could have had they had an Oricon 20mm in sort of version in production for their Zeros, and the 25mm is massive, but they really needed a 40mm, and they didn't have a 40mm. They should have they should have probably bought Bofors, but then there's in the production control and quality control and actually being able to build it. Because the trouble is they don't start convoying till too late, and they don't have enough they don't really have enough they don't have enough merchant fleet left really to maintain their empire at that point. Mm. Also, again, this generation, do you think it would be the introduction of? I don't want to get that one's not a question I'm jumping into, Dan. I'm not jumping into that one. Cascadian, what do you think about Battle Stars? I like Battle Stars. As I said, the most trouble I'm having is finding a book on Battlestar ship designs, on Battlestar Galactica ship designs, because I think they could be good. But finding a book that I can use for next week on that has proved very difficult. Jeff Phillip, X-Wings in attack mode are Dauntless dive bombers. Y-Wings are Avengers. Possibly. A-Wings are Seafires. No one would be that cruel. B-Wings, Typhoons, Sea Furies. Inquisitor Jackknife. Hello. Star Trek didn't have fighters until late because of budget and practicalities of series production. Agreed. I'd be curious to know what the purists think of your book. I doubt that. Well, seeing as when they read it, they might like it. No, not amazing, but it's different, and I do understand some people have just trouble dealing with differences, but it's more a case of I was just enjoying the responding to some of the comments and thought I'd bring it up at that point. Richard, everyone is a nerd in their own right. I've seen my uncle nerd out over cars, but cars are cool, right? Yeah, we can all nerd out. Just wait, too much time talking about books. Oh. Vision. Rather than the fighters, I go with torpedo boats as a more realistic naval analogy. Victorian HMS Vulcan instead of World War II HMS Ark Royal. Well, I do think I pointed that out earlier when I was talking about the whole modern ship thing, and especially the what was it? The first one. The first. The Duel in the Dark. As I said, it is very much like a sort of Victorian sort of battleship era pre-dreadnought in terms of design. As I said, and the fighters are like torpedo boats. To David Thomson, I do hope that you get the same success Drac has managed with his channel. At the same time, I'm not looking forward to the chat getting that overwhelming. Could be interesting, that scenario. I think I'd have to come with some sort of system. I'd probably have to have clone Dan Freeman and Sean and Paul from Chicago. Oh. Minus 1640. Yeah, the 25 million left a huge gap in mid-range aid in it. Yes, it did. And it just got worse from there. Wimbledon, I've always thought science fiction says more about the times it is in which it's penned than any prediction of the future. Same with historical dramas. Yes. Richard Order. So basically, Star Trek is the Royal Navy in space. I would actually say Star Trek is the US Navy in space, and I would the dream of the US Navy in space, and I would say and the Andromeda series, i.e., the Commonwealth and Sergeant Andromeda is the Royal Navy in space in the way they act. Who wrote Phoenix Squadron? Oh. I've got him. I've actually got the book not far from me, so somewhere. Who wrote Phoenix Squadron? He also wrote all the other ones. And it's literally sitting somewhere there. Where is it? Oh, yeah. Roland White. Roland White wrote Phoenix Squadron. If you ever write fiction, all I can think of is tribals in space. Probably that would be the battle scenes, definitely. But if I was feeling particularly nasty, there would be scenes with arrow fusers in space. That would wipe out a few people. By the way, Drac is currently just going through the things. Jeff, he's trying to see your thing. Jeff, Drac is currently watching the chat and trying to see the thing you mentioned earlier. So if you can at all redo it, Jeff, that would help him. Jeff Healer, US Defiant is a space tribal class destroyer. She doesn't carry enough photon torpedoes for that role. Grace Darcy. But in universe, the Federation Navy was caught somewhat off guard by the severity of the War. Even Defiant was repurposed from its original anti-Borg mission. Yeah. Ships of Battlestar Galactica hardcover on Amazon. Oh, thank you. I will have a chat with a look at that one. Thank you. And yep, that's on way. Thank you. Mission, there is a Battlestar Galactica book from the same publisher in the same format as your Star Trek book. I will have to hunt that down. I think that's what Downstream has just found it. Armored Space Carriers. Oh, just wait till Jamie's sci-fi appears. We keep threatening him and he's going to write one of those. I would like to see Jamie's sci-fi, actually. And Drax. That could be the next Bill Trump's project. We each have to write our own science fiction. We can't. We could have Patreon-only talks. We could, but I see that as a bit... I'm never quite sure about that idea. I can understand why some people do it. Like some people have done specialists. They sell sort of advanced things for membership of the channel and that sort of stuff, and I can see why they do it. And possibly if I got really absurd numbers, or no, that's not absurd, but really, really nice numbers. Absurd for me to think about now as a possibility, but really, really nice numbers. I'm talking Drac level numbers. I could possibly end up doing that, but I'd always be worried about the people who didn't get involved in the chats because they didn't get a space and couldn't afford it. And I suppose it's funny because I was always a scholarship boy at school, and I've got anywhere thanks to getting academic scholarships, really, that I've paid for my way through education. And I've been really lucky with that. So I always think about the people who don't have the money to pay for things. I'm very happy and very grateful for the people who do contribute money. But I don't want to sort of... There are people out there who I know would if they could, but can't. And I don't want them to feel like I'm in any way disenfranchising them from being able to talk back, because I want to encourage people with a passion for history to go and look into history, even if you can't make a career of it. And God knows, sometimes I'm looking at going, am I succeeding or am I failing at this, and should I be looking at something else? Even I have those moments of wondering. So even if I want people to be encouraged to have their passion for the subject, to go and study it. So that's why I do all this, basically. Death Squad. The main issue of the Japanese 25mm is the design it was based on was a French infantry anti-tank gun. That is just so many things are bad. Yes, there is part of that, but there's also some other weird stuff going on. Vision. Fighters in space is a dumb idea, hard sci-fi. Star Trek didn't have them and should avoid them. Star Wars and Battlestar do well with them. Star Trek can't do its own Age of Sail thing. Can do its own. Yes and no. No. Now, what is the Imperial Navy from 40k? I would argue that's the World War One navies. 40k is World War One navies. That is full World War One Navy fortifying. Thank you, Dan Freeman, for that, by the way. Let's see. Vision. No fighters in the expanse is hard sci-fi. You haven't said torpedo boats that can do independent patrols or be carried by a battleship. That's starting to sound... You see, you need smaller craft. So whether you call them fighters or torpedo boats, some of the fighters, or fighters in Star Wars and Star Trek, are pretty darn big ships. For what is basically a single person or small crewed vessel. John Shea, I won't be surprised if Bruships will be more than 4 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah, it's basically I'm going to 10:30 and then I'm leaving. So there's about another 4 minutes. There we go. Congratulations for 5,000 plus subscribers. Yes, it's kind of ticked over the Christmas period, and I haven't really done anything about it to say thank you. But I'm thinking about it. Allan, interesting perspective of building a fleet from literally scratch. Not a wolf. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to be a patron because of finances. One of those things that I would in a heartbeat. But yeah, I said I understand that. So I am incredibly grateful to people who are patrons because honestly, I couldn't have got through the last 6-8 months without their support and kept up the research and kept up the output I've done while working, especially with jobs, because all the university sectors and it started mucking around with pay. And I couldn't go to the archives because usually you can get into the archives for free. You just need to get there, which is fine normally. But I can't go there because I've got 2 shielded people at home, so I can't go to the archives. So without Patreon, without the lovely people doing super chats and advertising on YouTube, I could not have kept up the pace of books I need to buy to keep my research going. Just couldn't have physically done it. And that's all been thanks to all of you. So, and that is lovely. But also there is the fact that, again, as I said, the reason I do this, that is a very useful thing. That is part of the reason I continue on with this, and I've got the advertising things in it, because once I realised that could provide the money to help the research, I realised I'd be stupid not to do the advertising thing and not to do sort of things. But the major reason I do this, as I said, is to share the love of history. And as I said, the reason I get into the sci-fi stuff is because I see a lot of things you can parallel with history and with the historical discussion. I may not be all that lit at all, but my fondness for desserts means I'm not classified as a little person. I can testify he's not short. He came with me and Drac to Yeovilton. He was plenty of time at the Fleet Air Museum. That's maybe even more stuff coming up at some point. Mm. Mm. Coming up, Star Wars Fighters. To stay, Save One and Skip Ray, for example, are the Night Fighter conversions of A20 and Judo 38. Greg Sasky, Star Wars fighters like X-Wing are too small for their claimed range, unless magic power systems. This is a universe which includes a group of people called the Jedi and the Sith who use this magical power known as the Force. Magic engines are the once you have to. The trouble is, once you accept a certain level of, you accept the existence of the Jedi and the Sith and the Force, then you can't start quibbling around some of the science. You just it gets, you're just at a case of going, when I hear, and I agree with you, I concur completely with it on what you're saying. But the whole point is, in certain sci-fi science fiction, you go, this exists, so and technically I'm going to finish off the questions, but I am now out of Iron Brew. So I have officially gone through 4 cans and 2/3 of a 2-litre bottle of Iron Brew tonight. Take care, Seth Thompson. Thank you. Nautic Wolf, thank you. And Jane Peter, thank you. And Greg Sarsky, thank you. Right. Dan Freeman, thank you. And Vision, thank you. Take care, everyone. Pressure order. Anyone, what would you suggest as an alternative to Spring Sharp for ship design? Ooh, there are some options. There's a very good version of CAD, which is orientated around ship design, for spaceship design. I know my aero engineering students use it at uni. Then I've missed a few due to work, but while I may keep leaving work, and me leave on time, and I leave happy that my work is done to my own satisfaction and quality. Excellent. That's good. Thank you, Jeff B. Take care. Jeff B. Did anyone watch the TV show Dark Matter? I am in a rewatch group, and I noticed it uses submarine combat for its combat model. Yes, and it was good. John Shea, Shomak, don't get me started on that. Nutty Hyper 1. Hello, historians from Europe. Yeah. Take care, Shomak. Take care, Richard Otter. Take care, DGV40 and Alwazaski and John Shea, Grace Saski, Shomak. Take care. Happy New Year again to everyone. Belnora, thank you. William Bolton, thank you. Rapper Roseback, thank you. And Dep Squad and Rick Varsa. Take care. No, Rick Varsava. Take care. And John Shea, take care. And Bales and Nora, take care. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Chris Southgate. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you to Jess P. Thank you to everyone who's been online. And thank you to everyone for chatting. And thank you, Calvin Gasberg. And thank you again to Sean Mack and Dan Freeman, who've been doing an excellent job, as ever, doing the admin of the chat, so I can just concentrate on chatting to everyone. Take care, Aaron. Thank you, Inquisitor Jackknife and Melanie 6040. Mobile data was turned off. I'm sorry to hear that. Take care. Right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. And on Tuesday, the long patrol on the aircraft carriers comes out, 1920s and 1930s. And as anyone who's been watching Twitter and Discord will know, there is going to be it's going to be one of those episodes is going to be on French and German carrier designs in the interwar period, as a sort of special thank you to everyone who hopefully is something you enjoy watching. And I've been getting lots of great pictures sent to me of the Joffre, which I want to talk about because there are some good ideas as usual with the French, but there are some issues. Right. Thank you very much, everyone, and take care. Night, night. Thank you. Thank you, Sula Manica.